was seriously about which conservation.
Chunga. TS or SH.
TSH.
This TV, no, I think maybe this cable.
You put out. Hey?
Signal.
When did it go off?
No, it went off when I was putting up the charger, and then it just. But then I just switched it off now and on. Then I went to HMMD2.
On the one to the side. Yes. And then the on magic.
10 to 1.
What am I supposed to do then?
Yes. Nalini forward the email engineer in the app. Somebody download the app.
The camera, you know, why you
Mina jina ngikhatha nang.
Ivy, please mute yourself.
Babude, nyaka email yan winter. Email yan rumino.
Good morning, colleagues. I think we have quite a few people, and I think we're ready to actually proceed with today's briefing session. Thank you very much for your attendance. As indicated, my name is Ms. Linda Ngumalo. I look after the grants department, ably supported by a broad team that I will be introducing shortly. For now, I would like to hand over to our CEO, Mr. Thami Mdonzwa, for a brief word of welcome, opening remarks. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngumalo. we want to confirm that the meeting is being recorded. There would normally be a clock that is ticking to indicate recording. If you can just please make sure from your side that we are recording. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As indicated, my name is Tamim Donzo and I'm the CEO at SASITA. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of those that are in this call. And I sincerely wish that this session will add value, and it will also assist in deepening your understanding of this funding window and its requirements. As we know, our economic outlook in the country is not so good. Growth projections are continually declining. Each time you hear economists speaking about projections in terms of how big the economy is going to grow, they keep on being revised downwards. Unemployment, on the other hand, keeps on increasing, and it is increasing to unprecedented levels, especially unemployment of young people. And the number of young people that are not in employment, education, or training also keeps on increasing. So the interventions that are referred to in this funding window are our own contribution as SASITA in addressing some of these challenges within the private sector of our sector, the safety and security sector. They are a drop in the ocean if you were to compare them with the numbers in terms of unemployment and young people that are not in employment, education, or training, but they are what we can do within the resources that are available to us. And they are structured in response to priorities that are set out in government policy, which we are required to implement. I must just take also an opportunity to thank employers in our sector who fulfill their legal obligation of contributing to the skills development levy. As we know, these contributions are done as a requirement of the law. Just about 4,054 employers are currently contributing to the skills development levy in our sector, and all of them except for 15 are in the private sector within the safety and security sector. Now, we always encourage those in our sector who should be contributing to do so. That is what is required as responsible corporate citizens. And those who may be contributing, but contributing to a wrong SETA, in the sense that their business would predominantly be within our sector, but they are paying elsewhere, we remain available to assist with inter-SETA transfer processes. So you will notice that the grants that we are dealing with are going to be provided to those people who meet the requirements of the advert, and those who would have applied previously and the applications were not successful. We would have indicated the reason why those applications were not successful, and a number of them are because of requirements that are not met, those compulsory requirements that we will take you through when they are not met. We request that you must please pay attention to our explanation of the requirements, the tips that we are going to give you, the things that we will request that you do not do, and also pay attention to our demonstration of the system that will deepen your understanding of our requirements and this funding window, and it will also assist in limiting the number of inquiries that are made to our already busy call center. We also request that please, if you don't meet the compulsory requirements, you may not have this document or that certificate valid at the time of application, which is a requirement. We request that please just don't apply, because all that you will be doing is adding to an already heavy burden of evaluating the applications. So if you know that we require that you must be registered with CIRA if you are in the private security space, for an example, and you are not registered, or there are still issues with your registration at the time when you would be applying, please just don't apply, because your application is not going to go to the next stage if it does not meet the compulsory requirements that are set out and which we are going to explain in detail in this session. So as much as we want to see as many applications as possible so that we can expand the reach in terms of where grants are allocated. But trust me, if you do not meet, even if it is one of the compulsory requirements, your application will not go further, will not go very far. We have three processes or three phases rather in our evaluation process. The first phase is checking compliance. Did we receive the application on time? Yes. Are all the compulsory requirements met? The moment one of them is not met, it's the end of that application. And the second phase is when we're now looking at the proposal, and that is only in relation to those that have met the compulsory requirements. We look at the proposal and then conduct due diligence, and then thereafter the committee would then make recommendations to the CEO, and then the last phase will be the awarding phase and contracting. I say it's awarding and contracting because when we award, we write an award letter which will be accepted or rejected. And if accepted, we would then enter into negotiations for contracting. And then we will then start the process thereafter. So if you look then at our evaluation process, the very first phase, like I've said, is checking the compulsory requirements. And I'm going to say it again, please, colleagues, if you know you don't meet one of the requirements, please don't apply. You are just making our already difficult and heavy job to be more difficult and heavier, because now we must spend a lot of time and resources in going through your application only to find that there is a document you have attached that has expired, or you don't have, or you say here is my COIDA certificate, but you then attach a blank piece of paper or you attach something else. All the documents have to be valid on the date of application. If there is even one that is not valid, please do not apply. We are wasting your time and also our time. And those who then meet the requirements, we encourage the compulsory requirements of the advert. We encourage you to please apply, and your applications will then be processed. This video, when I started, I said to my colleagues, please just make sure that we are recording. The reason being that this recording and the presentation to be made will also be uploaded, so that those that missed this session, those who want to refer back to something that was said in this session, can then start there in terms of making inquiries. And only if the video does not assist or the presentation does not answer your question, and only then are we then saying, please contact the SETA. We will be available to take calls and to assist in answering any questions you may have, but please help us by just paying attention today. And if you are doing the application, you remember that this thing was said, please just refer to the video first and the presentation before contacting us. But like I said, you can contact us at any time. Lastly, SASITA has a zero tolerance for fraud and corruption and unethical behavior. We have an anti-corruption and ethics hotline. If there's anything unethical, criminal that happens during the application process, during the implementation of the projects that you become aware of, please, the details are in our website, with the phone number and the email address of an independent service provider that deals with complaints. Please report those, but when you're reporting them, please provide as much detail as you possibly can. That assists when it comes to the investigation of those matters. So we want to encourage anyone that becomes aware of wrongdoing to report, and the reports in the anti-corruption hotline, they are anonymous, and they are investigated, and as the management team with internal audit and the audit and risk committee all have a responsibility of making sure that everything that is reported is investigated, and we submit reports to the accounting authority. So I just thought that let me share that information, colleagues. A lot of it is going to be repeated in detail as the session goes, but please just let's pay attention and ask questions when there is an opportunity to do so, so that we are clarified and we can go and submit applications that meet the requirements, so we can improve our chances of getting these grants. And then lastly, please, if you submit information that is incorrect, that is misleading, we have a responsibility in terms of the PRECA Act of reporting those instances, whether documents are fraudulent or etc. And I wouldn't want to see a situation where one of you now has to be arrested because of a fraudulent document that was submitted. After the proposal evaluation, we still go and do a due diligence, which is a physical visit to your premises to go and verify some of the information that you would have provided. And again, colleagues, if things are said, you want to say the right things so that your application can go, there will come a stage where it will be picked up. And if it happens that that is picked up even after the grants have been awarded, the SETA still remains responsible, and we will have no other option but to cancel those agreements. Those are processes that we don't like, and that is why even in these small comments, I had to deal with matters of ethics and anti-corruption. So you are welcome, and wish you the best in your applications. Thank you, Mr.
Many thanks, CEO, for the very encouraging opening remarks, and to lay the foundation for what is to follow today. For those who have attended the briefing sessions before, we kind of follow a similar format. However, we don't want the presentation to be boring, and please, shall we not make the mistake of assuming that we know. There's been some subtle nuances, which I'm going to be taking everybody through to. And just before I proceed, if I can just quickly cover some basic housekeeping issues as we start. Obviously, please keep your mic muted. Please keep your video off. Kindly wait invitation for the presentation for questions. We will invite questions at the appropriate time. Should you have maybe a question that you maybe don't want to lose track of, we can keep track. We can put it in your chat box, so you can type in your question. but I will be responding to the questions at the appropriate time towards the end. Very important. There will be a system demonstration, which we highly recommend that everybody that is in attendance also attends. So to take you through what we have prepared for you today, we have just done the opening remarks by the CEO. He has, in fact, unpacked the evaluation process. We'll just highlight the things he's mentioned. We have included a summary of the highlights for 2023-24, which is the financial year that we're going to be starting in April, to give everyone an opportunity to sort of see what is new, what is different to what we are used to the process being. We'll obviously cover the eligibility criteria, who can and cannot apply. We'll take you through the available grant types. We'll take you through the application requirements, common application mistakes. We like going on these, and we do see a decrease in the number of applications that are rejected, but we really would want to encourage everyone to pay close attention to those. Some, they make it all the way to award, and then come due diligence. There are issues, which may result in our award being revoked. So we want to make sure that there's clarity around what to prepare. And then you'll be afforded an opportunity to ask questions. We deliberately put the questions and answers at the end because most likely your questions would have been covered throughout the slides. In the event that they're not, we will find the opportunity to do so. And please, there is no silly question. There is no, please stay muted. Colleagues, I really, really will appreciate it if everyone's mic can stay muted. It can throw me off quite a bit when there's some interference in the background. And then that'll be followed by the system demonstration. It's a packed day. We are going to time ourselves and pace ourselves so that we make the most of today. As the CEO has indicated, this presentation will be posted on the website. So the same place where you find the advert and et cetera, that's exactly where this is going to be. These grants that we are talking about, it's discretionary grants for the new financial year. And for those who are not certain, our financial year commences on the 1st of April every year, and it finishes on the 31st of March of the following year. Currently, we are in quarter 4 of the 22-23 financial year. We are wrapping up quite a number of issues. However, in the grants department, we are preparing for the financial year ahead. Myself, as Ms. Lindang Malo, I am ably supported by a team within the grants unit. My very right-hand person is Mr. Disetso Maluga. He is the grants practitioner. He is next in charge with respect to the discretionary grant and will be able to assist you. He is ably supported by Ms. Mlatelo Sihua, who does all the administrative functions, as well as Ujeki. We have a new addition to the department. We also have other colleagues from our sister unit within the department, from a strategic projects unit, and they will also be assisting with the evaluation process. So when we're picking in one unit, both units will go and assist there in our effort to shorten the process. Some may know Siviwe Matasi. She used to be the grants administrator. She's now moved to strategic projects. So those who used to directly emailing Siviwe, please email Ms. Sehoa, or the DG mailbox remains our first preferred option. We also have Ms. Naledi Mlelekwa and Ms. Danisile Chale. Those are the 3 administrators that will be supporting. We also have colleagues from the IT, from the call center department, marketing and communications to make sure that everyone is ably supported and everyone knows. Lastly, we are supported by the service provider. The platform that we advertise our applications on is called Indicium. It is developed and maintained by a company called Solu Growth. And our technical support person, Ms. Tsepi Kharebane, is also on the call, and she will be assisting with system-related questions and issues. With that said, we will start. I like that the CEO has quickly taken us through the evaluation process, because we thought, let us just, before we even start, take everybody through to understand why sometimes it may take a little bit longer, and sometimes what improvements we are doing year on year to shorten the evaluation process. First and foremost, we do not even review or look at your applications until the closing date. This is one, to avoid perhaps undue influence, where I would look in and say, oh, Mang, your application is actually missing 1, 2, 3, 4. And because I know you, you have that opportunity and others don't have that opportunity. So the evaluation process will always start after. And also this is to allow you that if on day 2, when you submitted your application, maybe you uploaded a document and you have changed your mind, or at the time you thought you don't want a particular grant type, but you want to edit your application, you have up until closing date. So the fact that you've submitted your application, as we're going to show you during the demonstration, does not prevent you from correcting your application at a later stage. But when you do, it's pretty risky, because you've got to make sure that you resubmit your application, because in order to effect any changes, you would need to change your application, reverse the status to created status, and then do the additions and uploads and whatever you need to do. But please make sure. So we are just wanting everybody to be clear. So after the closing date, we have a team, the team that I just introduced. They assist with the compliance checking. So we make sure that your tax clearance is valid, your CIRA is valid, your Fidelity Fund certificate, your COIDA, all of those documents, one, they are there, and two, they are valid as at closing date. And then it goes to a different committee where we table, and anyone who has a document that is not compliant for any reason at all, even if it is 1 out of the 7, they will not proceed to the next stage of evaluation. And this is where their journey would end. And then it goes to a subcommittee that will handle the evaluation, where we will say, these are the 200 applications who have been compliant. And we normally do a very simple and equitable and fair process, and it's very transparent. It is done by a committee, a multidisciplinary committee. So this is not something that I do alone, that Disetso does alone, or Mlatelo does alone. It's a team effort. Where we will go and we will say, and those who've been around for the past few years, you would see that we no longer do that, oh, here's 100 grants, here's 200 grants, and others maybe may not be able to go through. We would say, after the compliance assessments have been done, we are left with 100 companies. The 100 companies, they're split into categories, small, medium, and large, and we also look at the levy contribution as part of, obviously, our levy retention strategy. And we will say everyone who's in this category will get 10 grants, and that's it. So you will not find that there are discrepancies, that there are anomalies, there are people who in the same category get 50 and another one gets 5 because we like them or know them or whatever. We do apply conservative strategies if this is your very first time applying for grants and you have not done so, you have not been awarded before. We will usually start you on a smaller number, and you will be supported through the year. And once you've completed a cycle successfully, and then you move on into the other category where if everyone is getting 20 in that category, you get 20. But obviously, in terms of risk mitigation, we cannot afford to lump a lot of grants on a company that is also still finding its feet, because as those who have grants will attest, the process can be pretty admin intensive. So we want to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing. So this subcommittee will do the evaluations. We also will check that the programs that are applied for is what has been advertised. Those must link back to our sector skills plan. And then this committee presents a report to a higher committee, which is mostly, to that higher committee. It's called LPEC, which is the Learning Programs Recommendation and Evaluation Committee. And then they review the recommendations of this lower committee, the subcommittee, to say, and this is where there's this moderation process. They would have a look and say, okay, everyone in this category gets 10 grants, and they will also want to satisfy themselves. Please demonstrate to us on the system. They will pick randomly any random company to say, are you sure this one is compliant? Da, 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 da. And before, in fact, we can present the ones we're recommending for award, we first need to go line by line for every single person that is not approved. And we explain to the committee why they're not approved, and they look at a bigger sample in terms of just satisfying themselves. So if we're saying the tax clearance is in the personal capacity of it's not in the company name, they would say show and tell, and they would make sure that in case there is some human error somewhere in the process, there's a different team that'll do the compliance check, a different team that'll do the evaluation, and a different team that'll look at the awarding process. So this committee will then check, will make sure that there's proper alignment to the programs that are being recommended for approval. If they are in support, we'll then need to unpack what the financial implications of those are, and then the chairperson of LPEC will then, on behalf of LPEC, prepare a report to the CEO for approval. CEO would review the very detailed report and all its annexures, and we would need to satisfy him, not having been part of the process, that everyone who was disqualified was correctly disqualified, and everyone who was awarded is correctly awarded, and most importantly, that there's equity, there is transparency, there is progression in terms of companies, those who have a good track record, we then are able to provide a little bit more additional support. He will also independently ensure that there is consistency in terms of the awarding process. As he's indicated, we're quite big on being anti-corruption and fraud. We are pretty big on ethics. He will also satisfy himself that, there is, if there is one person in a category that is suddenly getting more than everyone else, we would need to he would refer that back to the committee. The committee would need to make more compelling reasons before those are approved. And in this, depending on the timing of the year, there would be a due diligence exercise, which we are going to do a lot more of in terms of the new companies. We come through, we check that your facilities meet the basic occupational safety, health and safety requirements. You've got the mentors, you've got everything that is required. So it's a conducive training environment. And then there would be the awarding and contracting being finalized. In terms of the highlights of 23-24, obviously, as a maturing organization, you would know, I think this is the third year that we've had a dedicated department that looks into grants. And obviously, we want to learn every year. Is it the third year? We started in 2020. Yeah, so this would be the fourth, thereabouts. We started in January 2020, the department as a standalone. And as we are getting more and more experience, we are realizing that our processes can get protracted. Some we have automated. I think you would have noticed the difference over the last few years. We've automated a number of our processes, but a large chunk remains manual. To counter this, we are advertising our funding windows a little bit earlier. As you can see now, we are in February and we're advertising for a financial year that's only commencing in 2 months' time, so that we can finalize awards much earlier in the financial year, allowing you to implement and also allowing all the stakeholders, all the role players to not be we don't want the mad rush that happens normally in Q4. So as a SETA that is maturing and being experienced, we are moving in that particular direction. While I'm talking about funding windows, I want to please take a moment to explain that in a financial year, we have at least 3 funding windows. And when we are saying this is not your funding window, you are not invited, do not apply, let me explain why that is. We've got the first funding window, which is for the private sector, the CBOs, and all the special interest groups. That will be in the private sector primarily. They apply for grants, they say this is the service provider of choice, and we evaluate and we award. We also have, a CEO mentioned that of the 4,000 odd stakeholders that we have, only 15 are not private. Those are mostly public entities and government departments, your SAPS, your defense, your Department of Justice, NPA, IPID, you name it, where we've got MOUs and they submit an expression of interest, which would then say from our WSP, these are the programs we wish to prioritize in the funding in the financial year. The department then consolidates these submissions from these big stakeholders, DCS included. If, for example, SAPS wants 20 for firefighting, DCS wants 20, Department of Transport wants 20, you would see an advert for 60. So we consolidate all of this. We're almost like an external procurement unit of the public entities. We will put out an advert for 60. Now, in the second funding window, that is when we are inviting training providers, because there you are competing and bidding for to offer services. So in the first funding window, it can only be for your own company. So if you're coming to us and you're wanting to apply, please wear the correct hat. In the current funding window, the only hat you can wear is that of an employer, unless you're an NGO, CBO, cooperative or trade union, etc., etc. But if you're an employer that is also accredited, please just be careful that you are applying correctly. So in the second funding window, we will then advertise and we invite only training providers. The employers may not apply in that funding window. The training providers will then respond to these bids. We say we want a provider to train 60. Sometimes we will split that because it's for 3 departments. We'll appoint 3 different service providers, 1 for each, or 1 will do all 60. It depends on the number and a number of other variables. In the third funding window, that's when we look at our non-pivotal grants, and those are grants that assist us to achieve our broader strategic mandate, not necessarily talking to our performance targets as set out in our annual performance plan. So those are the 3 funding windows. Currently, the funding window that we're talking to is for employers. An important highlight that we wanted to specifically communicate to you, whenever we open a funding window, we publish the DG policy that relates to that window. Please do not fall into the habit of saving a DG policy and refer to that policy the next time. Each window, we will publish the DG policy, And even in the award letters, we will indicate that as indicated in DG policy, the what. In this particular case, we've got a version 11. There's been some improvements, some adjustments. So please refer to version 11 of the DG policy, which will only come into effect on the 1st of April. I do not want that to cause any confusion whatsoever. It's already been approved. We're getting ready for the new financial year that will start in 1st of April. So the changes that are there will not affect your 22-23 awards and contracts. So please let us have that. You will be interested to note that we have noted the economical situation in the country, and as much as we may not have much in our kitty, we have increased the grant amounts. So please do refer to the policy for the maximum amounts that we have made available. A big highlight for us as a SETA, we have also considered the fact the impact of unemployment that the CEO was also alluding to. And we have extended the duration for internships from 12 months to 24 months, which means that when you take your interns in your company, it will now be for up to 24 months, and that will be effective 1st of April. We appreciate that the youth will have gained a little bit more experience, and it is our small contribution to the unemployment pandemic. For those in the legal sector, you would know that, for example, previously we have been having a bigger focus on intellectual property law, trademark trademark attorneys. That has been our primary focus, not to the neglect of other types of law specialization areas. But I just wanted to convey that conveyances to the front, please. We, in terms of our sector skills plan, we have seen that there is a scarcity in terms of conveyancers. This is not to the exclusion of any other, but we are just indicating that for those in conveyancing, please do submit your applications for candidate attorneys. We have also increased the amount of stipends that we pay, the rand value nominally, but it definitely will assist with the rising cost of living, cost of commuting, and just basic food supplies. Another improvement of the process will be the verification of the levy payments upfront. As indicated by our CEO, we honestly get a huge number of applications, and we spend a notable amount of time on applications that honestly should not have made it even that far out. So in terms of the payment of the skills development levy, we are going to be a lot stricter about it. I will unpack this when we're going through AMA requirements. We have also, in the DG policy, you will note that we are formalizing, the learner and mentor ratio in the case of candidate attorneys and pupils. That would be the ratio to the principal. Remember, when we are getting learners and interns and candidate attorneys, etc., their primary purpose is to learn how to do a job. So they need to be linked to someone who is a professional. So a candidate attorney will be linked to a principal, an attorney who's already an admitted attorney, and they will supervise their day-to-day work. So we have been doing this as part of its due diligence, but we're bringing it forward so that the applications that we approve, we know we should be ready to hit the ground running and be able to implement and not have to withdraw grants because someone will say, I want 50 unemployed learners on the GSO. When you get there, they don't even have guards who have GSO themselves. So who's going to be supervising those learners? The WSP submission, we are going to continue being strict on it being a requirement, but most notably is you need to have submitted the WSP for the current financial year, the 22-23 financial year, if the business was in existence by April 2022. And we are also, we did it a couple of years ago. It didn't go down so well. We realized that people misunderstood what we meant. We are bringing it back, RPL grants, and I'm going to unpack it when I get to that slide. In terms of who can apply for the discretionary grants, private security companies, legal firms, and under legal firms, let me qualify that and say, and law clinics, etc., etc. Those in the legal fraternity will understand exactly what we mean. And very important for the private, for all the above that we've mentioned, you must be registered with CETA 19. As CEO indicated, we remain at your service to assist you with an inter-CETA transfer. But obviously, if the transfer has not been approved as yet, you will not be eligible for those particular years' grants. So when a company is registered, whoever's registering the company with the receiver of revenue, there is a SIC code, a SIC code that you must select, which tells them the core business. A number of consultants make the mistake of just maybe saying consulting services. And as a result, particularly for our legal sector, quite a number of them are incorrectly registered with the services CETA. So before you approach, before you apply for the grant, please check that you are registered with the correct CETA. And importantly, we really are phasing out the use of all the other alphabets when it comes to the skills development levy. Don't use your T number, your X, your Y, your Z, your VW, or whatever. We want your SDL as per your EMP 201 or EMP 103. Sorry, I will correct that. Employers must have submitted the WSP for 22-23. That's just a little typo there, because that one is only due after we have closed the funding window. We are also inviting community-based organizations, non-government organizations, non-profit organizations, cooperatives, and non-levy paying entities that are operating in our sector to apply for discretionary grants. Cannot stress this enough, no training providers. So if your core business is training, number one, you should be with the ETDP CETA, irrespective of the type of training that you are offering. Otherwise, when you are in our sector, then you would come to us as an employer. In terms of the grants, the grant types that we have available, note that for employed bursaries, it's increased from 50,000, it's now 55,000. We only pay for tuition and textbooks. And something that keeps coming up almost every year, and we pick it up during due diligence and sometimes during the awarding process. The discretionary grant is to give effect to your workplace skills plan. I repeat, the discretionary grant is not a standalone something that you do on the side. At the beginning of each financial year, each entity will, someone is not muted. If there is an entity, yeah, you see, I find it very disturbing. Entities submit their workplace skills plan to say, this is the training that I'm wanting to do in the upcoming financial year, whether you're funding it yourself or you are hoping that SASITA will assist you with a discretionary grant. So if in your WSP you submit and you are saying, I've got 10 employees only, there is no way you're applying for employed grants of any kind and you're applying for 20 people. Because one, you don't have 20 people to begin with. And even in the 10 that you have, you will have the CEO, MD, or director or owner of the company. You'll have someone at reception, you'll have someone at admin, and you'll have at least a cleaning person. At best, you may have 5 or 6 people who may not necessarily even possess that qualification themselves. So I need us to mature in terms of the applications that we are submitting. It is not for when you get the grants, you go knock next door and say, hey, SASITA has awarded me grants. Let me train your employees as long as they're employed. It must be your own employees, and we're going to be verifying that prior to accepting the learners. Very important, we are only offering grants for the specified programs, nothing more, nothing less. In this instance, we are looking at security investigations related studies. There's quite interesting programs. I know in the ones off the top of my head, UVET has quite a few, because we are wanting to strengthen and to contribute to our investigative capacity within the safety and security sector. We cover management development programs. In some cases, they're called MAP, Management Advancement Programs. That's also what we mean there. Executive development programs, because we are responding to the call of capacitation in management and leadership, so that those with the technical expertise to do the job may also understand all the nuances that come with management and leadership of organizations and people. We also will look at specialist postgraduate certificates, where in your junior degree you had, for example, BSc in social science or BA in social science, and then you will then start specializing at your honors level. There is something we call that the Department of Higher Education and Training, well, now called Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, HESI. They publish a list, they conduct some research in terms of occupations that are in high demand. This is a document that informs all of us who are working with public funds in terms of where the industry, where the sector seems to be going, because we are trying not to train for jobs where there are no employment prospects. In certain areas, it's because those areas are saturated, could be any number of issues. This list is also useful to people who are wanting to advance their development, to make sure that you are not pursuing a passion that will not yield any economic returns to you. So that's the employed bursary grants that are available. We also are offering employed learnerships. Obviously, any employed grants, there's no stipend. Everything that we pay for is according to the funding that we've published on the related policy. This is for your own employees, may not exceed number on WSP. Remember, we're going to evaluate your application against the WSP submitted for 22-23 financial year. So if there has been any substantial changes in there, you're welcome to put a document and upload it under other and explain that last year I had 15 members, but then I subsequently got a contract at these other sites, and my workforce is now 200, so that all the necessary activities by the different departments can be effected. Otherwise, you may not exceed your number of employees. The programs that are advertised, that are being funded, are specified in the advert itself. And for those who are wondering how we get to the programs that we prioritize for funding, it again goes to your workplace skills plan. Annually, you submit a workplace skills plan. We consolidate it to form a sector skills plan. And when we have funds available, if we are spending on anything other than advancing the achievement of the gaps identified in the sector skills plan, that really could be considered fruitless expenditure. Cannot on one hand say, this is what I need, on the other you fund something else when you have the funding available. Those who in the advert, you will know which one makes sense for your particular sector. Other than these 6 learnerships, beloveds, please let us not apply. Those will be, we won't even consider those applications. The next one would be unemployed learnerships. Again, funding framework, we pay up to 12 months stipend. We have requested in your applications that please just put the grant amount. We will auto-calculate the stipend amount because we will pay stipends for all unemployed learners on learnerships. It is important that we mind the ratios. If you only have 3 guards, you cannot be requesting 3 guards with GSO. Let's qualify that. So if your guards have CIRA grades and they don't have GSO, they will not count as mentors. If you only have 1 principal at a law firm and a lot of paralegals will not qualify as mentors. So let's be mindful around our ability, our capacity to provide mentorship programs. And again, we have advertised specific programs, and those are the 6 programs that we will be funding. The next grant type is employed skills programs. Again, funding framework. And please let us remember, each person may only be funded once in a financial year. So if they are doing skills program 1, that is skills program 1. If it's 2, it's 2. And they cannot have a skills program and be on a bursary. They cannot be an intern and then and benefit on another program. So very important. And when you're applying for different skills programs, please make sure that you are not looking at the same people doing more than 1 intervention, because then we will be forced to revoke our award much later in the year, whereas it could have been afforded to another applicant. There will always be a constant reminder, this is for own employees. And I think it's getting less and less, but every year we get complaints from our members from the sector who will say, but Umlatelo has been approved for 50 grants. They don't have 50 people. They're coming to me and they're wanting my people to train as their employed workers. It's something that we are clamping down on. And it is something that before we can finalize all these documents, we want confirmation from the employer, and we will verify with the people at different times to confirm that they actually are on your payroll. And the M&E department also plays a pivotal role, where they also independently ensure that grants that are reserved for employees are used for employees of that company. And if a person is unemployed, they're correctly reported as unemployed. Because it is important for us also as a SETA, when you're taking employed people on unemployed grants and vice versa, and we report on it in the incorrect category, that performance, colleagues, gets discounted by 1, the Department of Higher Education, and B, the Auditor General. So we could be sitting at a time where we have trained 100 Black females as required. However, upon close inspection, we actually find that these were actually employed people that were misinformed that they're unemployed, or they may have started as unemployed, and at some point in time they obtained employment and the SETA was not notified. So we are going to please request your support in ensuring that we don't fall into that particular one. For the programs that are supported, those are the ones that we are prioritizing funding in this year. Noteworthy, we've added legal bookkeeping. We've been receiving an increasing number of requests, and we encourage our colleagues from the legal sector to really participate through their chamber in terms of formalizing and other programs that we can possibly register as skills programs. That is number one, and also to assist us in ensuring that when we're creating that demand, we are able to supply to that need by ensuring that the appropriate number of service providers, training providers get accredited so that we can all move towards this. To also encourage colleagues, we are moving into that era where we are saying, don't forget to Mama Joyce there, who is the cleaning person or the driver who may not have any formal qualifications. Skills development is a lot about our ability to move from one occupational category to the next. I may be a cleaner today, but I'm not hoping to retire as a cleaner. So adult education and training is something that we prioritize, we take very seriously as a SETA. Look for those programs, it used to be called UABET. Look for those programs that will assist them so that next time they're eligible to go on to learnerships that are lower NQF levels, maybe NQF 1 or 2 or even 3, those who may not have matric or other formal schooling. So please pay attention to that. The skills program 5 we are putting there. Last year it included a unit standard that no one was accredited for. We have amended that because we want to support that, move away from just skills program 1 only, 1, 2, and 3. There's actually 4 and 5. Last year we were funding skills program 1. This year we're funding skills program 2. So we are hoping that we can progress those people that were in 1, in 2, program 2 in the new financial year. RPL grants. 1, what is RPL? RPL is recognition of prior learning. This is where we say, Joe Soap has been a security guard in my business for a while. He has CERA grades, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever the alphabet is. And they just don't have the formal GSO qualification. I'm using this as an example. You take Joe Soap, he goes directly to assessment. RPL, it's nothing different than assessment without the training, essentially right at the beginning. You take Joe Soap, you assess them exactly as you would assess anyone else who had gone through the day-to-day classroom training, etc., etc. And sometimes you may find that of the, let's say, 20 unit standards in the qualification, Joe Soap may have gaps. They usually have gaps in fundamentals. And then you may arrange for a short intervention for them to top up. So we don't do training in RPL, we do top up. So you're not going to apply for RPL grants like it happened 2 years ago and then say, oh, this is not enough for training. If they need training, you must apply for a proper employed learnership grants. But if it is someone who's been there for about 10 years or more, you are wanting to give them a formal qualification, that is pegged against the NQF. You take them for the assessment. There may be some remedial training there. You top up on 1 or 2 gaps. It's very specific. You would have assessed and seen, we are short in terms of this unit standard or that learning outcome. Out of all the learning outcomes, this is the one that he may be struggling with. That is what RPL is, colleagues. RPL, it's mostly the assessment towards the qualification. It is for your own employees. We are not going to fund you to RPL people from next door or from anywhere else, and it may not exceed the number on the WSP. We're going to allow this against any SASITA qualification for now. We're limiting it to our qualification. Obviously, they must meet the entry requirements of the qualification. For example, if you're wanting to RPL them on the specialist learnership, they need to, 1, hold a GSO qualification that is completed, and 2, have had sufficient experience to go for the next level. The funding for ERPL, obviously, because it's only just the assessment part, it is, you will note how much we pay for it. I think we pay 50% of the normal learnership grant, but please don't take my word for it. Refer to the policy. Next, we've got unemployed skills programs, very similar to the unemployed learnerships. Funding framework, 1 per person, as with any other intervention. And for unemployed persons, we are only funding 2 programs. It's access control and end user computing. Where some of us went wrong in the last financial year, in the end user computing, we have indicated the unit standards that have been pre-selected and must be trained against, and colleagues applied for programs that are not in the advert, which then affected their grant applications. Candidacy for a candidate attorney, that is up to 24 months. For pupillage, it is up to 12 months. And again, emphasis on conveyancing this financial year. As indicated for internships, we have doubled the duration of internships to 24 months. And for those who may not have noted, in the last, since the last year, it's been at least 1 financial year, internships are no longer just for graduates. We used to have a university graduate internship, blah, 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 blah. Right now, we do consider even matriculants, those with a matric. So it says a National Senior Certificate for internship. But obviously, we are trying to put more emphasis on unemployed graduates, but we are not restricting only to graduates. Obviously, we fund on a sliding scale based on the NQF level. On the TVET placements, the difference between an internship, a normal internship indicated as 8, and a TVET placement indicated as 9. Internship, they've already obtained the qualification. So they have a diploma in accounting, let's use that as an example. For a TVET placement learner, these are TVET students who have obtained their N4, N6, depending on the exit of the program that they're doing. And they require 18 months experience in order to obtain their diploma. So that's the fundamental difference between the 2. Others are still pursuing a qualification. Others have already achieved the qualification. In terms of the requirements, it's the usual requirements, and I will make sure that we spend a few minutes on the actual advert, so that in case we have some contradicting issues, let's focus on the actual published advert. Very important new development for employers. So if you are a private security company or you're a law firm, we require you to submit proof that you have paid the SDL, the Skills Development Levy, for the months of September, October, and December 2022. Just to be clear, payment of the Skills Development Levy is a legislative requirement. We do not elect to pay the levy or not. You can't say, well, I want to pay or I don't want to pay. It pains us all to, for example, when pay as you earn is deducted, we don't have a say in it. It is a legislative requirement. However, the legislation says if your payroll is at least 500,000 per annum, then it is mandatory for you to pay a skills development levy, which in short we call the SDL. If you want to take a very simple example, let's say you've got 10 guards that you are paying 2,000 a month. I don't even want to, so that I can do the calculations quickly. If you've got people that you are paying, 10 guards that you are paying 2,000 a month, times 12, times 10, that is already 240 in your payroll. Then you start adding the managers, etc., etc. And I think 2,000, I'm really being very conservative. I hope we're not paying guys 2,000 rand a month. We do have a minimum wage that we have in the country. So let's maybe move it to about 8 times 12 times 10 plus management. Anyone who has 20 employees and is not paying the SDL, chances are something is wrong with the way you are preparing your EMP 201 monthly. Some companies, when they started 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they may have been exempted because at that time, what you paid in salaries was not 500,000 and more in a year. But as we grow, as you get 5 more guards, 10 more guards, you get that side and that side, the obligation is yours to go back to SARS and say, SARS, I now have this X number of people, and then they would start computing even the software that you are using to calculate. It would then start calculating what you should be paying and are not. Colleagues, I'm going to spend a few seconds on this because as a SETA, we are not doing as much as we can, because in terms of the levy contributions that we receive, the levies that we collect, there is a serious underpayment by a number of role players, which over the years, I think this is the 4th year I've been preaching about this, that please let's start paying the SDL. Some genuinely did not understand because there's an accountant that's supposed to do the EMP 201 for one reason or the other. But over the last few years, I'd like to believe that we all now understand that it's a legal obligation. We are required to pay this tax. It's a tax that we all have to pay. And as CEO has indicated, we do have an obligation to report those who do not comply with the laws of the country. Remember, we have only one source of income. It's through the levies. So we cannot, on one hand, be not being truthful in terms of how much should be paid and is actually paid, and on the other hand, be expecting grants. So we are going to require this as proof. And if you have not be paying those grants if you haven't been paying the levy, we obviously will look into it in that should you have been exempted. And if you were not exempted, we probably will need to start formalizing the process of reporting back to the receiver. Company so and so on their WSP, we see they have 200 employees. There's no way you've got more than, like I said, there's no way you're even getting to 15 or 20 employees and you are not paying a levy. So we're going to start reporting. And when that happens, colleagues, you will not be able to get a tax clearance. You will not be able to bid for government business, etc., etc. So this is a plea for us, from us to please let's be responsible corporate citizens and meet our tax obligations fully as and when required. This SDL is due on the 7th of every single month, irrespective whether the 7th is a Sunday or a Monday. But on the 7th every month, when you pay your pay as you earn and your UIF, you must also pay your SDL. Your UIF is exactly 1% of your payroll. Your SDL is exactly 1% of your payroll. So already, if you are seeing that in UIF, you are paying 3,300 a month, and on SDL, you are paying nothing, or you are paying 2,100, there's a problem. They're both 1%, and please, we need that 1% of your payroll as a blief doch. Your WSP must have been submitted. In terms of common application mistakes, not considering funding limits on the DG policy, we put there that for qualification on NQF3, we will only pay, it's now 18,000 and you quote 19,000. We're talking past each other. That will not be considered. When you're applying together with your service provider, attach your own as the applicant as ABC Pty, as well as your training provider's BE certificates. I'm not sure if colleagues are also aware that as public entities, we're also required to now comply with a triple BE, and we have our own scorecard. And part of the things that we are starting to also look at right now, it's not to your exclusion, but we are definitely now reporting that the people that we are funding, to what extent are we assisting to transform the status quo? In that for example, we can't keep funding non-compliant, but we are definitely nowhere near to excluding you as yet, but just letting you know that there is that requirement. Invalid BE certificates or affidavits would be, surprisingly, we get some triple BE certificates that are not commissioned. The Commissioner of Oaths just did not sign. Sometimes these are not dated. Sometimes we get an affidavit that says, I, mang. Okay, in the affidavit, we mean the DTI prescribed BE affidavit. So you don't do your own, you must do the one that all government departments want to use. Your BE is valid for a period of 12 months unless otherwise indicated on it for whatever reason. And obviously, if you are submitting it on the 20th of February and it expired on the 10th of February, we will not consider your application. Sometimes we also get one tax clearance instead of for you, and well as your training provider that you want to partner with, we want both. And remember, for all of these documents, the advert says scan them as one document and then attach under BEE. Please let us continue doing that practice. If you are doing programs with multiple service providers, scan all of them plus yours as one document to assist with the evaluation process. Invalid tax clearance, could be we don't have an OTP, or the date that is on that letter with the OTP has gone past, or the tax clearance is in a personal capacity. We do not fund persons in this funding window. We fund legal entities, etc. Also, one CIPC registration. We want yours as well as the training providers. For law firms, we do appreciate that you may have some sole providers and partnerships, which legally you're not obliged to register, but we do want, whether it's copies of your partnership agreements or anything that will assist to record that this is indeed a legal person. Here is where, funny enough, it's usually the big companies that fall into this trap. Please let us, if, for example, you are a company that is also accredited for training, if you come to us and you say, my company is ABC Security Pty Ltd, and then when you go to the ETQA department to get your accreditation, you go there and you go for ABC Training Pty Ltd. Those are two separate legal entities. And some will go further and say, I am Abaqolusi 101 on the CIPC document. And when they are patting themselves, we're QB security. Nobody knows about this QB security. CIPC is the registrar of companies in this country. So you cannot say I'm trading as when they don't know that you are trading as. You don't wake up one day and say I'm trading as so and so. So be very careful. A number of people, and it's usually the larger companies, fall away in the evaluation process because you said I'm ABC trading as L123. And then some documents will come saying L123. Your CIPC doesn't know that L123 is yourself. And those are two separate legal entities, and those get disqualified. And it honestly pains us when we have to reject. And sometimes we would be knowing, oh, this is actually company so and so, and we know, but then they will say, I am Mang Training Enterprises instead of the PCY Ltd. So these are not just mere suggestions and guidelines. By law, the registrar of companies must know all your trading names. It must be in your registration documents, and then we will see it. So it's such an unnecessary reason to get disqualified. Also, where you're an employer, there's no way you're not having a skills development levy number. We want that levy number, and we don't want your T number. We don't want your X number. We don't want your V number. We want the number that is on your EMP 103 that tells us this is where you're at. Last year, I think we got a total of about 17 companies who we've been funding, actually, because they would apply using their T numbers. But when we actually went to DHET, we found that they're actually actively paying levies at other SETAs. And we're like, no, that's not how skills development works. I always say you eat where you pay. So if you're paying at Services SETA, Services SETA has a legal obligation to support your skills development requirements. So please desist, move away from using your, in fact, at our sister department at Skills Planning and Research, they indicated that they have been phasing out these numbers. They would only do a T number whilst there's an inter-SETA transfer that is in progress. So we would pick up that this is your levy number, and our sister department, and we checked this before as part of the compliance checks, they will say, these are the 20 companies that have applied for inter-SETA transfer and are in the process. And then because you've already been in the process, we do consider you. So give us the actual SDL, and if there's reasons why you are not with SETA, those will come from the skills planning and research units. Only one SERA certificate. So if you're applying for SERA security-related courses, both yourself and the training provider must have a SERA certificate, must be valid, and it must be attached. Invalid Fidelity Fund certificate. An interesting number of our colleagues in the legal sector will put an FFC that expired. FFCs expire typically on the 31st of December of each year, so they follow the calendar year. So be careful not to fall into that trap. It's February now, so it must be valid as at February. But on your certificate, it would have up to 31 December 2023. Also an important factor, some would only give us the first page of the FFC and neglect the second one, which actually says which practices, which law firms that a practitioner is linked to. So you find an FFC certificate floating that says Linda Ngumalo, and it doesn't relate Linda Ngumalo to the Ngumalo and Associates that have applied. So please, FFC certificate, that's your biggest challenge there. If you haven't submitted WSP, unless you're a CBO, NGO, cooperative or trade union, please, we'll see you next year. If there's no COIDA or public liability, very important. COIDA takes some time to get. I think it takes 2 to 3 weeks. So if you don't have COIDA today, here's the advice. Contact any insurance provider of your choice and obtain a public liability insurance. Don't look for business insurance. If it doesn't say public liability, that's not what we're looking for. And that you get cover immediately and attach that proof of cover. Some will make the mistake of attaching a letter, maybe the first page or the last page or whatnot, but not the part that shows that they're actually covered for public liability. We want that. COIDA certificates, careful. Most of them, they expire in April. Just make sure that you haven't gone past your date. In terms of proof of accreditation, some would attach the certificate without there's no thing such as blanket accreditation. You get accredited to offer specific programs, and they would attach a transcript that will say this unit standard or these qualifications or any other type of program. So it's important when you do that, you attach the second and third pages or however many pages, and to please assist and shorten our evaluation time, please highlight the unit standards that you are applying for. Because if you're looking at the EW CETA, LG CETA, services CETA, their evaluations can be as many as 70 pages long. And we have to really squint through some very faint numbers. 70 pages, we're looking for one unit standard. So please be kind and just highlight those unit standards so that we don't spend too much time on your applications. It also assists you as the applicant to make sure that you meet all the requirements and there's no I meet the requirements and we actually are in disagreement. I've mentioned about the invalid COIDA. Why is it here? Put it on my desk. Business insurance is not required as I've indicated. We want public liability. Invalid accreditation. Please, it's amazing how many applications we receive, and the accreditation clearly and unambiguously says they are no longer accredited. It would say accredited until 31 March 2022, and here we are in 2023. And sometimes, you know, we're like, but this is a levy payer. You really should have just gotten someone else, because for all intents and purposes, you could have been funded if it were not for you partnering with a service provider that is not fully compliant. In some cases, we will know for a fact that this training provider is accredited, but you're using old accreditations. So very, 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 very important. Please just check the expiry date. Don't use documents that they gave you 5 years ago and still take them as gospel. You must check every single document that you are still that the provider is still accredited. Not registered with SETA 19. SETA 19 is a SETA. So if it says any other SETA, it was nice knowing you. Until we can approach our sister department, our skills planning and research department. They will assist you with the inter-SETA transfer. For that to take place, you must take it to the incorrect SETA where you are registered. They will evaluate and check. There's 3 criteria that they check: whether you should be with them or elsewhere. If they're satisfied that you don't belong in their sector, they will authorize your release, and then it'll come through this side. And the side will also check whether you should be in here, and then will authorize the transfer. It takes a few months, but once both SETAs have authorized it, we're happy to start looking after one another. Tips to improve your compliance. Remember, applications can only be made online. We really are moving quite with the times in terms of, these applications. And I loved that we understand that some colleagues came in person for the briefing session. And I don't know, even us, we're sitting in the library, we don't have venues for this. So all of these things are happening online. So don't post, don't come here on the closing date. Everything must be done online, please. Follow the user manual line by line. You really should come right. Fill in all the fields. There isn't a single field that we've put there that is not necessary for evaluation. And some of the information that you leave is material in terms of the application. And in terms of the advert, if material information is outstanding, you will be summarily disqualified without recourse. Use the advert as a checklist and tick. So in the requirements, make sure that you go line by line and don't read half the sentence. Please read it all. Don't say last year that's what they wanted. I know how SETA operates. There may be some small changes in terms of the wording. Gather all your documents up front, save them on your computer, as you know, and say BE certificate. So if you've got your own BE certificate and that of the provider, scan them all as one document, save them so that it makes your application process smoother. Please, we've said this, highlight your unit standards or the qualifications where those things come. We are almost at the end of my side, then we're coming to you. Double check expiry dates on all your documents. Almost every single document that we have requested has an expiry date. We get an alarming number of documents who have gone past the expiry date. Small little things like that. There are no second chances in terms of the grant application. Must be valid as at the date of submission. I stress this refunding window. Life happens. We will not be extending. On the 20th, the window will close automatically and we will move to the next phase. You may be intending to apply on the 19th or the 20th, then somebody steals cables in your area and then you are unable to. You might fall sick, you might be in a car accident, nobody plans this. Your husband, your wife, your child, whoever might pass on, knock on wood. But we are not going to be considering late applications for any reason at all. So, and we've made this funding window a little bit more than the mandatory 21 days, but literally all you need is a few hours. If you dedicate, if you have done your WSP and you know exactly what your training requirements are, because this is not something you start when the funding window opens. You would have known throughout the year that when there's a funding window opens, this is what I want and this is who I want it for. And when we advertise and you're like, shoot, we have, SETA has advertised 6 programs. My one that I want is not one of the 6, so you don't apply for that grant. You look for the one that matches what you already have. So all in all, even without prior experience, it should not take you more than 3 to 4 hours. from alignment of everything, scanning and whatnot, the actual application should not take you more than 20 to 30 minutes. So please do not leave it to the last day. Today, start the application process and see where you get stuck. Try to get yourself unstuck. It doesn't also assist when you come on the last day or 2 days before and everyone is calling, because you must understand and appreciate that each call will take several minutes. And this is when people will start complaining, oh, Sasada is not answering their calls. We are resolving queries, last minute queries, foreseeable queries, but that came in late. So please avoid the issues. If you have not registered as yet, at least do the registration part, so that if you have challenges with the registration, we can deal with them now. We've got, let's see, Mulatelo and Jackie, and we've got the 3 ladies. That's 5 plus the 2 practitioners. Everyone is there able to assist you now. But please mute yourself. On the day of, yeah, guys, let's please be considerate. I really find it hugely disturbing. Just mute ourselves. Yeah. Colleagues, yeah. It really throws me off when there is this interference. I find myself unable to concentrate. Let's try and be considerate. So yes, we were saying, please don't leave it to the last minute. If anything, if your application is not here by the 15th, you must really start panicking. Things will happen. Load shedding happens. Cable theft. You fall sick. People die. Documents won't scan. Murphy's Law. It's just Murphy's Law. So please, by the 15th of February, please strive to have your application all the way in. Be familiar with the funding framework. Do not memorize that, this is how SASITA works. Go to the policy as published. And very important, none of my team can submit an application on your behalf or amend your application. You remain fully responsible. So do not even ask, please. Not only are there no extensions, there's also no chance to submit after a closing date. So you cannot, if you don't have a document and you're applying last minute and then the system closes at midnight, you cannot say, oh, now I have received such and such a document. May I email it or may I upload it? Those are not possible to accommodate. At due diligence, we look at assessor registration for each unit standard and learnership. So very important. If you know there's 5 unit standards, make sure that the assessors that the provider is bringing forward and moderators, they have all of the unit standards, because we check every single unit standard. We will also be looking at the CV and the credentials of the person who is going to be facilitating. We are going to also be wanting some assurance that we are not going to pay the grants into your company, and the next thing we know, it pays rent and area salaries, etc. Proof of payment of the SDL, we will be looking for a longer period, but for application purposes, we want just the 3 months. Proof of compliance with OSH, you have your fire extinguisher, it's been serviced as required, there's proper ventilation, proper ablutions, proper desks and chairs, proper equipment, tools, machinery, etc. It'll vary from business to business depending on what you're looking for. So if you're bringing an intern who is a marketing student, they need to have access to computer and the internet, and someone must have a marketing degree in order to mentor them. So we look at that availability of mentors. Let's see. Please use the slides to prepare. So once we make contact for the due diligence, quite a number of those who are experienced, we appreciate you very much. They prepare a lever out file. with absolutely everything that we've listed, and they would put nice dividers. They would have highlighted everything that we check that you would have scanned on. Obviously, we want to now, for example, where it's copies, we want to make sure that the original talks to the copy, etc., etc. So when you become aware of a date for due diligence, please make sure that we have a file, A, available, and B, someone to talk us through the file and walk us through the premises. Invalid documents would have expired, etc., not signed, all of those. Evidence not documented or readily available. You want to do end user training. We come there are no computers, and you say the computers are in that site, we go to that site, it's under construction. We have to go to 50 different areas. Please, colleagues, let us support one another. If there's no proof of paying levies or that you are truly exempted, we are going to struggle. Tax evasion, well, that would be the deliberate underpayment of SDL. You know fully well you've got 100 people on your payroll, but you're not, you are saying you are paying only for 2. Or just not even paying at all the SDL as indicated. Very, 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 very few people are actually exempted from paying the SDL. Non-compliance to occupational health and safety, or limited or no capacity to host. You want to have 10 interns, you don't have 10 workstations, you don't have any capacity to host, will include tools of trade, etc., etc. No limited capacity to train. We also check with the training provider who has up to their capacity. And very important for the ones where there's practical components like a GSO, if you don't have sites, we will not be able to assist, because 70% of the time they must be on site actually practicing security practices. Unsuitable premises, obviously this will vary from area to area. Certain very rural areas, we understand that there may not be any flashing toilets, but it needs to be something that is generally accepted in the area. You must have windows, in fact, windows that are not broken, so that in winter people are not freezing to death. All of those things. So they must be clean. When we get there, particularly to the providers, we check storage of your learner records. We check, all of the things that will assist. And very important, for those who get awarded during the life cycle of the project, the Auditor General may conduct a site visit. And so we really want to make sure that the records that are there talk to the records that we have, and that is what they're going to be checking on. Lord knows I deserve a break in terms of speaking. We prefer that you email us your questions, as in when you are experiencing your challenges. We generally are pretty responsive on that. It's 11:52, and I don't really have I don't have a battery. I didn't even realize my battery is this low. May I, and this is your opportunity, colleagues, to ask your questions. You may put your hand up. I will recognize you in the order that is reflected on the panel. And after this round of questions, I will then go to the questions in the chat, in the chat box. When I recognize you, please unmute your mic, ask your question, and then stay muted. I will take the questions in rounds. So it may not necessarily be each person will get their own answer at that time. I will collect in that round, and I will do my best I am ably supported by my team where we may need responses from elsewhere. So I'll take this in groups of 5. Victoria, I recognize you. Please unmute and ask your question.
Hi, Linda.
Oh,
Hi, how are you?
all right, yourself.
I'm okay, thanks. I just wanted to know, in terms of private companies,
Sorry, in terms of
private security companies that are not able to train the, let's say, the unemployed learners, can they outsource a training provider so that they can train those learners for them?
They go for a second interview at the client, and once.
And then my second question is, with NPOs, are they able to, can they also provide the same document, or there are specific documents for them? Thank you.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Next, we've got PM Guest. I'm not sure who that is. PM Guest, we recognize you. Hi.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Actually, I have 2 questions. I'm an accredited training provider with a different SETA. I saw there on the application, on the advertisement, that one should have a PSIRA certificate. Does that apply to us if you are not going to be applying to train in the programs that are security and safety related? And also, in terms of the SDL, I'm a training provider. Does that apply to me to have that SDL number, even though I don't employ a certain, I don't reach a certain required number that as per SDL requirements? Thanks.
Noted. Thank you. I didn't catch your name, sir.
Puti.
Puti.
Yes.
Lovely. It just says PM Guest. Thank you. You may mute. Sarah Ross, I recognize you. Please unmute and ask your question.
Hi, Lynn. And thank you so much again for the presentation. Lovely to chat. Thanks for the presentation. My question relates to CODA and what you guys are accepting as a submission for CODA. So I understand it's not your business policy, but if you have via your insurer a letter that specifies that, for instance, you are covered for 5 million rands worth of personal and public liability, is that not acceptable? Do you want to see the whole policy document? So I just want clarity on what is acceptable for a CODA submission. Thank you so much, Mark.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Given Rafisa, we recognize you. Please unmute and ask your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the presentation. Yes, one, I just wanted to find out about the SWP. As I see already here that some of us are going to fall out because of not submitted it for last year. So I just wanted to find out for this year, when can one submit it for next year, and where, on which platform? And then my second question is just, we here at Nativa Energy Group, we are a security company and we are also accredited with SASITA as a training provider. So in such cases like now, you mentioned that the funding comes out in 3 phases. So this first phase is only for the employer, which automatically means we are out because we did not submit last year's skills. The SWP. So just trying to make sure for next year that we are in place. So when we apply for this, which is like this discretionary grants, which is for the employer, and we are also a training provider. So we can, when we do apply for our guards, as an employer and also supply the same training for them, since we're also accredited with SASITA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. It says it's not charging. My battery is dying. Just to make sure it's plugged. Apologies, colleagues. Just want to make sure we are properly connected. And yes, we're charging now. It does anything now. Okay. Sorry about that. I've noted your questions, Mr. Rafisa. Next, Masande Skay, I recognize you. Please unmute and ask your question.
Oh, thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation. A number of questions that I had have already been covered by the colleagues here in the chat. I'm only left with 2 or 3. One, I wanted to check, I'm an NPO registered with HWSETA, and our WSP and ATR are due end of April. Will it still be necessary to submit it coupled with the whole batch of application? Secondly, the issue of the skills, the source of evidence for exemption, should it be a letter perhaps that states that we are exempted from paying levy, or what source of evidence would you advise we bring to prove that we are exempted? And I think for now, let me end there. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome questions, colleagues. I will pause here for now, then I will take the next round of questions. We've got our first 5 questions. Victoria was asking around their private security business, and they wanted they wanted to partner with a training provider. Victoria, how we approach in this particular funding window, we give you complete control in terms of selecting which training provider you want to partner with. So we do not prescribe to say, so anyone of your choice, as long as we have received their compliance documents. I can't even read my own handwriting right now. It's been fun. Sorry, please repeat the part about NPOs and documents. Is it covered by the gentleman that just spoke, or Mrs. Gaywood? What documents do you need? Yes, I think that's what you asked. Do NPOs need to submit all the documents? It's all the documents except for the proof of payment of levies. So it's an important question. All the documents except for proof of payment of levies, and obviously the requirement for the WSP. In the advert, it says it's for employers. So those who are registered with SASITA are the ones that are supposed to submit WSPs. If you're taking the example of the gentleman that just spoke, probably because the core business of their NGO is with HWSETA, they submit the WSP to HWSETA. We're not expecting them to also submit it to SASITA. So when we go through the advert, I will highlight the keywords that you need to be looking at, because it does say employers to submit proof of payment of levies, employers to submit WSP. So be careful in terms of the wording within the advert. It's going to guide you in terms of, does this apply to me or not? But I'm going to quickly spend a couple of minutes going through the advert for those possible potholes. Uputi was asking, he is an accredited provider. Can he apply? Maybe you joined us a little bit late, Puti. This window is not for the training providers. However, in the event that you are partnering with an employer, so an employer wants to utilize your services, no, CIRA does not apply if it's not security programs. So if, for example, you're accredited for paralegal practices, you will not necessarily need to have CIRA accreditation. If you're applying for the ODE TDP, you don't need to have CIRA. But if you're wanting to offer GSO and say specialist security, you will need to have the CIRA. So CIRA will only apply for those qualifications where they are in the private security industry. I hope that that covers you. Sarah, excellent question around the COIDA. We accept the COIDA and we also accept what is known as public liability insurance. We don't necessarily need to see the whole 30-page document, but be careful that it is not business insurance, it is not personal liability. We're looking specifically for public liability. You attach a confirmation. Some insurers are prepared to write a letter on their letterhead that'll serve as confirmation that you have met the requirements. So sorry, that you are you have the cover that we're looking for. So it's not specifically only COIDA. In terms of Mr. Given Rafisa, the WSP, if you are an employer and were in existence in April, technically speaking, we should have received your WSP. Unless you are a small entity, a small company that is a paying, that has employee less than 50 employees, in which case you should have submitted a pivotal training plan. So if you've missed both, the due date is a legislated date. It doesn't change from year to year. It is June the 31st of April every year, as per the Skills Development Levies Act. I'll take the last one and then we'll Masande Skay is asking, you're an NPO, you are with HWCTA. As indicated, we don't need your WSP. WSP, we want it if you're a private security or a law firm. The other categories, no, we do not require your WSP. And those are the things we consider in your application. In terms of what else is required with your application, we'll quickly take you through the advert to make sure that you don't take my word for it. We must also take that. You asked about what proof of exemption. Generally, we accept your, there's a letter of exemption that you get from SARS as an NGO that says you are exempted from paying the taxes. We also accept your PBO certificate, Public Benefit Organization letter. Those are the two that normally suffice. So I'm going to just confirm the 5 guests that had questions. You are covered. I hope you covered. If you give me just 1 second, please. All right. Thanks. Deseto is adding as well. For those, I know Mr. Skay was asking specifically for NPOs. For those who are not a PBO, who are not an NGO, and they maintain that they are exempted, we will accept a letter from your auditors or accountants confirming that your payroll is under 500K. Obviously, that's something we're going to verify when you ask for your audited financial statements. So you can't, on your audited financial statements, be showing a payroll of 1 million and you say you are exempted. That one is not linked to a number of employees. I'll take the next round of questions and I will quickly go through the chat box. And colleagues, if your question has been responded to, okay, no, we'll leave that. Next, Lizo. Lizo, guest, I recognize you. Please ask your question. Unmute your mic and ask a question. Lizo, guest, you may ask a question.
Good day.
Hi.
I have a question regarding, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay.
Can hear you loud and clear, sir.
I have a question. All right, thank you. I have a question regarding the what you said about what does it mean this funding period is only for employers and not training providers? And then the second question I have, it's about the triple BEE certificate. You said there should be 2 certificates. Is it for the owner of the company and the other one for the company as a whole? And the tax clearance, it's the same question. Is it should we put 2 certificates for the owner and for the company? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next. Where is number 2 here? Tulufelo Piri, please unmute and ask your question. Tulufelo Piri, please unmute your mic and you may ask your question. Okay, we'll come back to Tulufelo Piri. Wileen, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. Wileen Theron, please unmute and ask your question.
Hi, good day, ma'am. Can you guys hear me? I have headphones on.
Sorry,
Hello?
I didn't catch that. Hi?
I said, can you hear me properly? Because I have my headset on.
Who are we talking to?
Mrs. Valeen, Mrs. Tron.
Wileen, okay.
Yes. I just wanted to find out with COIDA, we have a letter of good standing. It is valid until April this year, but when we try and pull a new one, it says that we have to wait until after April until a new one can be issued. Will that be a problem? It will be valid when we apply, but it won't be valid if we go to the next step for the grants. What should we do in that instance?
Noted. We'll come to it just now. Yes, I will take this round of questions. You have another, please go ahead.
Yes. And then I wanted to know, we are a legal entity, so I know we can apply for the candidate attorneys, but I wanted to find out under the NQF levels, can we apply for admin staff as well or not? Is it only for the candidate attorneys for legal firms?
Sorry, the sound of it's a bit muffled. You saying, can you apply for candidate attorneys or?
We are going to apply for candidate attorneys, but I wanted to find out under the internship award grants, can we apply for the admin staff as well?
Oh, okay.
So like the receptionist and the legal secretaries, if they are qualified.
Okay. Awesome. Great question. We will respond shortly.
Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Guest. Karen, please unmute and ask your question. Ms. Karen, you can unmute your mic and ask your question.
Hello?
Hi, Karen.
Hi, it's Karen from SVA. We just want to find out if we have a current project running from our last windows. Can we apply for new windows, new projects through these windows?
Okay.
They're still
Okay.
current? All right, thank you.
Lovely question. We'll attend to that. Next we have Willine and Karen, you may lower your hand so that I can monitor correctly. Bongi, we recognize you. You may unmute and ask your question.
Hi everyone. My question is, we have candidate attorneys that started last year and they are only left with the current year. And I just want to ask if we can apply for those, even though they're not going to do 2 years now, because they are done with their first year already in 2022.
Okay. Lovely question. You may lower your hand. Next we got Neo. Stirman Moko is before you. Stirman Moko, or is it Moko? I don't know. It cut. But Stirman. Okay, hand is gone. Neo.
Hear me? Hello?
Yebo.
Hello? Yes,
Yebo.
ma'am. We have been paying the skills development levy, but our levy was going to services SETA. So the inter-SETA transfer was only finalized in November. So hence we did not submit the WSP. So can we apply for this project?
Okay. Thank you. Nice question. Inter-SETA in November. I'll take Neo and then we will take the chat box. Neo, please unmute your mic and ask your question. Mr. Sturman, you may mute yourself. Neo, are you there? Okay, Neo is a little bit camera shy. No changes. Okay, I will respond to this round of questions. Ulizo, we will definitely be putting our slides up on the website. I think you may have joined us a little bit late. We had covered the issue of the training providers. There will be another funding window at a later stage that would be for the government departments. So training providers may apply if those programs we have advertised, they are duly accredited for. I've noted that you wanted clarity. No, definitely not training providers on this occasion. In terms of the BE, triple BE and the tax clearance, when we're saying both, we mean the employer and the training provider. So it's not the owner of the business in their individual capacity, no. It's the business, BE, as well as the BE of the preferred provider. So if you're wanting to partner with training provider B, training provider B's compliance documents must be attached and valid. So when you're uploading the triple BE certificates, it's the applicant, which is the employer, as well as the training provider. I hope that that assists you there. Tulufelo, did not ask. Uwilin was asking what was happening in August 2023 here. Oh, your COIDA expires in August 2023, as long as it is valid on the date of submission. So if you submit your application on the 10th of February and it expires on the 11th of February, we will accept it. And obviously, when these expire, you need to make sure that you follow the processes. If, for example, they apply on the 10th and it expires on the 20th of February. By the time we come to due diligence, obviously we will need an updated one before we can finalize an award. So with your August 2023, you are safe. And yes, you may apply for interns to assist in your admin side or elsewhere in your organization. Other than candidate attorneys, you may also apply for the other grants that have been indicated. Karen was asking projects that have been funded in that you've got learners in the 22-23 financial year. Those learners, they would have been funded in that year, reported in that year. In 23-24, essentially, it is a new slate. So they would hopefully be looking at different programs and okay. It would hopefully be for different programs, and we consider those as separate new applications. We obviously are going to take into cognizance that the earlier we move the windows, and when we have had later awards in the previous year, there may be an overlap, but obviously it won't be the same learners, because if that learner has not started their training by the 31st of March, that will be, they will fall into the new financial year. So if you've got an award currently in the 22-23 financial year, make sure that at the very least the training commences no later than the 31st of March. Learning programs would have been in contact to indicate the last enrollment date. That they would be, obviously, if they start on the 31st, it doesn't give the SETA much time to do the necessary administration and reporting. So please, the sooner the better. Hope that answers you, Karen. Bongi, yes, good question. They've already been there for a year. Can you still apply? Most definitely you can. The grants are up to 24 months, so they don't necessarily need to be 24 months. You would need to indicate this at least at the point of contracting, if not in your application. What that would essentially mean is we would fund them from the point of approval of the award. So if they get approved at the end of April, the award letter will specify that we will cover them from the 1st of May, for argument's sake. So yes, and we'll cover them for the remaining period. So it's up to, for all our grants, except for learnerships that must be 12 months, it's up to that period. So that would be welcome as well. Sturman, about the inter-SETA transfer, we are aware of possible changes within the financial year. So if it was only approved in November, I will request that you drop us an email so that we can draw our colleagues from the Skills Planning and Research Department to ensure that the system is duly updated with that information. So on your particular instance, please drop us an email. I'm going to quickly go through the questions in the chat box, and we are going to need to start latest past on the system demonstration. I also need to rest my voice a little bit. Right. I see my colleagues at the Marketing and Comms Department, as usual, have been providing backup support. We struggled to take part. I think that was before we started. Where is Sasita? We were here, Bongi. We did acknowledge and greet everyone at 10 o'clock on the dot. But then we just waited for people to make their way and settle in. Those that were struggling, I'm sure that was resolved. Yes, we recorded. Unfortunately, we won't be able to email the recording, but it will be uploaded on the website. Please note, we won't be able, it's usually too large to email, but also we don't want to assume the risk in case things get lost somewhere in transit. So when you go to where the advert is posted, we will within the next day or so, our marketing team will have uploaded on the website. Yes, you'll be able to listen at your own time, as many times as you need to. Good morning. Yeah, I've responded to the emailing of the recording. We will upload on the website. We're not sharing possibly at the time. Okay, thanks, Ivy. At the time, there was that. PHM, accredited provider, but not what? Not Sarah. Okay, we asked that one. You only need Sarah when applying. Oh, lovely. I see my team has been providing assistance. Sorry, those who've been affected by load shedding, but the recording in its entirety is going to be posted. Funding window for providers, I need to clarify that funding window will be open when we have collated the expressions of interest from our public entities, and that will not be in the next couple of weeks at all. Currently, we just closed the bursary applications, unemployed bursaries, and we are going to prioritize this window. We do not have a timeline as yet, but as and when the government departments have finalized their skills needs, we'll be able to provide you with that. So you need to pay levy upfront. Mofokeng, I hope you've been assisted. This is a levy that you must pay. It's a tax that you must pay every single month by the 7th of the month. And you must be up to date with your levy payments. Yes, providers, no, they may not apply. Oh, my executive is here. Hello, Ms. Ahmed. Let me see what she was adding. Ms. Juera Ahmed is my immediate boss. She was adding something. Funding windows only for employers wishing to train their own employees, very important. Those who are exempt must submit their proof of their exemption. So you can't say, I'm exempt. Let's see it in the form of, as indicated, can be a letter from your attorney, not your attorney, man, your auditors or your accountant saying that you are indeed exempted. In-house security providers, whether they're able to, if company is paying to the SDL to LG, may not apply. In-house must be accredited. So I think that one is easy. CEO was also lending a hand. I see my executive is all busy up in the chats. So Ms. Ahmed was also adding, well, verify levy information. If you're a large company not paying levies in compliance, you will be rejected. Cannot stress this enough. We really are going to be cross-checking the documents that you submit, whether to the receiver or to the skills planning and research department. All the information at our disposal will be taken into consideration. Yes, CEO, we will not be taking that. Okay, I see the questions have been largely attended to. For a legal firm, yes, Wilin asked that question. Under what is there an exemption? As indicated, you're only exempted if your annual payroll is below 500,000. Everyone else of us, it's a tax you're supposed to pay. As I understand, must apply and have an MOU with a training provider, not necessarily an MOU we do not ask for a copy of the MOU, but they obviously need to be in agreement that they are going to train with you and for you. WSP for 23-24, we're wanting the 22-23 WSP. Do not comply with due to InterSETA. If the InterSETA transfer has been applied for and approved, so the releasing SETA has approved, us as the receiving SETA have approved, we will consider. If the other SETA has not agreed, at the very least, we are unable to assist. And my executive was also there. Thank you, Ms. Ahmad. I see you've been very helpful. I'm going to skip the ones where there's been direct responses already. If exempted, I should not include anything. Give us some proof of exemption. When we're funding, we will publish that towards the end of March, when we are going to be ready for that. During the course of March, there we go. Willing is called. Yes, it's the same thing. That letter from the Department of Labor. Tulufelo Piri was asking around CBOs. I'm not sure specifically what you need to know, but you don't need to submit a WSP and you don't need to have paid levies. The rest of the requirements apply to you as well. If you're paying levy at a national budget, that's something else. This SDL is only payable to the receiver of revenue, and that does not count. There we go. How long does it take to register on the SETA supplier? Two different things. If you want to register on the supplier database, it's something that is done at the SCM department. If you're wanting to register to apply for the DG, it is immediate. Let's see. I'm going to take a final round of questions and then we'll do the system demonstration. The advert indicates 22. It was my error. The 22nd, you're correct. Francis van Niekerk, we're closing on the 22nd. Today is as good as any day to make your application. Presentation, please go to the website. Your verification is 11/24. No, it is not okay to submit that. That date has passed. You need a new one. Email address for queries is on the advert. I see someone was assisting, DG 2023. And colleagues, I know some are used to dealing with the SETA on one issue or the other. Each funding window, we open a dedicated email address. Please use that during that funding window. One, it assists with speedier resolution of your queries. Two, it also will assist us in terms of easy to locate in terms of your query. We want to make sure that during a funding window, we're able to assist you. And Machebel, no, that's not that address. Konjo, who's Machebel? Yeah, no, that is not. Let's see who's somebody. Did somebody say they emailed 7 days ago? DG 2023 also did not respond. Wenzile Zama, can you look into that, T? I'm pretty sure we're up to date with the responses. Even over the weekend, I was personally responding. Could be something that was missed, or please resend your emails just so that we make sure that it was correctly received. Your SDL is not accepted. It'll depend on why. What is the error message? When you do the demonstration, we will see. You're not accredited with SETA, but if you're a training company, colleagues, remember, if your core business is training, you belong to the ETDP SETA that looks after training providers, and you would apply for grants that side. So please let us direct those accordingly. I see Disetso is also been assisting. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here. What is this? Was it okay? Proof that they had submitted. How and when would we get feedback? Okay, good question. We are expecting that at best case scenario, we're looking at the end of April. And I wanted to please ask you that you consider that there's 3 levels of approval. When you log into your application, your status will change shortly after the funding window closes, and it'll say compliant or not compliant. Compliant does not mean approved. As I've indicated, and the CEO has indicated, there's 3 levels of evaluation and approval. That simply means that you've gone through the first level where we're checking the compliance. We do have instances where people would be compliant, but then they go on to apply for programs that are not advertised. So there would be no award in such instances. So up to the compliance stage, you will be getting that on the system. And as we mature, you will be getting further statuses as well. And we are trying to quickly update those that are declined. And when your status is on declined, that will be done after the committee has confirmed that the declining reasons are sound. And please, when you log in, next to each document, we will tell you exactly what was wrong. We will say BE certificate expired. So next to each document, there would be a record in terms of what it is that you did wrong. So, and yes, we get a lot of issues. Some people will update a document on their computers, save it, maybe save a 2021 tax clearance, and they save it as 2022. And they don't open it when they're uploading to make sure that it's the correct document. We've had some very irate people who had very colorful language, only to realize that, yes, the document, they are calling it one thing, but when we say click on it, open it and see for yourself, then they realize how, okay, I know. And sometimes you don't even get an apology after that colorful language. So please, colleagues, that will be it. But we are looking at April at the latest to give you that feedback. Shakes, training providers for the last time, no, go apply at ETDP CETA. Did I miss anything? WSP that we need is 2223. Thank you, Sarah. We have candidate attorneys. Ubongi asked that question. Please share the 3 names and email addresses of the people who can assist. Okay, it is very important that we please direct all our queries to the mailbox that we have indicated. We do this because for one reason or the other, the person that you may be looking for at the time may not be in the office. Everyone in my team, including myself, have sight of this mailbox, and as long as the query has gone there, it will be attended to. If it is something that my colleagues, my team cannot respond, they will directly send it to me. So do not send to Jackie or Mlatelo or anyone, just send to the DG 2023 mailbox, and we will assist you there. E-training plan would have been for 22-23 submitted. Yes, we've responded to that. Under what circumstances? Okay, I think that we've gone through that. Should they be? Sometimes I'm not even following the questions. But I see there's answers. Have problem or Tulufelo. Question was, Okay, due diligence for CBOs and NGOs and cooperatives. Your due diligence will be slightly different depending on the nature of your business. For example, we sometimes get cooperatives who maybe specialize in graduate placement, etc., etc. So we will conduct our due diligence at the cooperative. But if you are doing that and you've got companies that you work with where you do the actual placement, we will also conduct placement and we'll want compliance documents of where you're going to be placing our learners to make sure that they will be assisted. But for all intents and purposes, it's the same, but we do know that sometimes you work with other smaller companies and we will go to them as well. The recorded session, I think we've covered that. We are not SOSITA. Difference, Libis, if you're not paying, Baba, yeah, ne? But unless you are legally exempted and you got proof of such exemption, we will not be able to assist. How will I get answers to questions? How will I get answers to them? Lisa, I'm not sure I follow. Maybe there's something. Do you provide BE and text for the training provider as well? Okay, we're going to need to refer to the advert word for word. We are registered with CIPSI as NPO. Yes, you may apply as an NPO. Obviously, your benefits will be limited to that of an NPO, but our training provider doesn't pay levy and have no COIDA. The provider doesn't need to be paying a levy. You, as the applicant, need to be paying the levy. COIDA, we will refer to the advert, please. It will tell you whether you need both or one of them. Remember, colleagues, the advert, that's your Bible. It tells you whether you will be successful or not. Can a security company do training via a provider that is accredited? Yes, that is the whole modus operandi of this window. Do we use the same form to apply as NGO? Yes. Is it compulsory to submit WSP? Yes. Or a pivotal plan, one of the two. Private security with an MOU with a training provider who submitted a WSP as joint applicant. Please, we will not be looking at joint applications, joint ventures, etc. You apply on your own as a separate legal entity that is paying levies and is entitled to the services, and you will be evaluated on your own. The provider, we will consider them to the extent that it affects the application, so it will be on accreditation. Yeah, Jane, you can put your hand up if we haven't responded adequately. What is the funding amount for SSP4? Please refer to the policy. Most of the time, SASITA doesn't reply at all. Please send to the DG 2023. I can definitely confirm that during the funding window, an open funding window, a funding window that is open, we do respond because obviously we try to assist as many as possible. Please, we definitely are checking that. CIPSI documents, yes, we can do that COR document. That confirmation that shows your registration number and it shows us the directors of that business. If you're a small business not making 500K, very important. The 500K is not your revenue. It is not the money that you make. It is how much you pay in salaries, which is not the same as your revenue. Salaries, it's something that you must pay on the 25th, the 30th, or whenever, every single month for those employees, and that is the threshold. So it doesn't say because you didn't get contracts or whatnot to the value of 500,000, but if your payroll is 500,000, you are expected to pay. Training and security, guys, I'm gonna respond for the last time here. when you have multiple hits, please wear the correct one for each funding window. So right now, if you are a security company, you must be registered with CIRA. So if you've got that CIRA registration, everything else flows. Whether you do your training yourself or you outsource it to a third party that must be accredited and duly registered with CIRA and other professional bodies, please just comply with the advert. Sarah, and the feedback will be on the system first phase. So the broker letter for code was not accepted, and the full but you confirmed cover. Okay, sorry, Sarah, not letter from the broker, letter from the insurance company itself. So it can't be someone working on behalf of. So if you covered by OUTsurance, it must be OUTsurance. It must be a letter from OUTsurance, not the broker. Failing which, attach the full insurance schedule. Okay, we're done with the questions, and I'm sorry we are seriously out of time. I am going to take these 2 questions if they still really have, and I'm going to ask Tshepi, be ready to present, please. Miss B, you can unmute and ask a question. Miss B?
Sita, stakeholders, hello everyone.
Hi.
My answers has been answered. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask if can our company rate, because I'm an SDF, so I've got NPOs that don't pay levy, but we've got a training providers that does pay levy. So I think it has been answered. So I will just transfer some questions on the email. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Bongi will be the final question that we take.
Hi, my question is regarding the system where we capture our application. So section Q, Q will candidacy, there's somewhere where we'll need to provide a unit amount per person. What is that? Is that an estimated amount of how much the training will cost? What is that?
Okay. Remember, Will, we pay for stipends, right?
Yes, yes.
So you will put the stipend rate that is indicated in the policy.
Oh, okay. That is indicated in the policy of SASITA.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in this case, where with my previous question, whereby these employees already started last year. So then I'm just going to put in that. I don't have to times it by how many months they're left with or anything like that. I just put that standard amount from the policy.
Let me answer that fully when we've done the system demonstration.
Okay.
Because I just want to see what it asks for. Is it annual or
it
the
doesn't
monthly?
say. It just says unit amount per person.
When we get there, because yeah, I'll make sure that we cover that when we get to that point.
Okay, and then the name principal / mentor, will that be the name of the person in the company that will be mentoring these candidate attorneys? Or is that the name
please.
Okay, I get it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
So you may lower your hand, and Miss B as well. I see Utepi is very kindly logging in. Miss Tepi Kharebane is the consultant that looks after us. As you can see, you would go to our website. Sorry, Tepi, just go back a little bit. For those who've never used our system before, you go to our website, sasita.org.za, and you click there on stakeholder system login. You may click there, Tepi. There we go. And it'll take you to our portal. There you go. Where possible, try and use Chrome for the others. We work on all the platforms, but try and go to this one. So before you can access some discretionary grants, you need to have registered. If you've registered in previous years, you don't need to register each year. So you go to where at the bottom where she's clicking, register as a new DG applicant. So you will not be able to get this profile if you have not done this process. So a lot of people will say, I'm unable to apply, blah, blah, blah. You don't do the application as an SDF. You don't do that register as a new SDF. That is something else for WSP. You must go to the one that's indicated in the manual, register as a new DG applicant. Go on, Tepi. You go on and you register. It'll ask you a few compliance questions. You respond to them. Are you financially sound? Got triple BE? When does it expire? You put in the date, select it on the calendar. Make sure that you read from the actual document. These are screening questions that are meant to assist you to see whether you will be able to proceed. And even if you are, would you be sort of the first leg? Have you got tax clearance? It'll ask you for the date. Have you got projects that were terminated by SASITA? Click no there, Tepi. If they have been terminated before their time, you would then need to explain, because we do consider previous conduct with SASITA funding. Do you confirm that the directors or members of this company do not have a relationship, family, friend, or other with the person employed by SASITA? So if you are my relative or related to anyone that is in here at SASITA or the SASITA board, please indicate. It does not disqualify you, but it preserves the integrity of the process, because then I would recuse myself or that person would recuse themselves. So even when you hear one day that a company owned by my husband, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as I wasn't part of the adjudication. We're keeping it ethical, and I would have recused myself, but any levy paying company is eligible as long as they pay like the next person. And then you save and proceed. Termination, put not applicable there. So whenever you're unable to proceed, the system will tell you what is wrong. So read what it says. It says specify the details of termination, including the project code. So you give us, oh, it was that project, or it's not applicable, and let's see if we're able to proceed. Particulars of relationship not applicable. On the block, just NA. Right, it says you're not eligible for that because, and I'm happy that it is doing that. If you have not met one or more requirements, if you've answered, I want to say incorrectly, in the negative on any of those questions, it will still allow you to proceed, but it is telling you that you're not eligible, so that you can go and correct where you've gone wrong. Maybe your tax clearance has expired, or you have applied that it's a yes where it's supposed to be a no, etc. So when it does that, you will still be able to apply, but chances of the application being successful are definitely minimized. So in this applicant details, we are talking about the person, the human that is applying. So you put your details, your title, you complete all of that information. Those colleagues who have applied, who have used the system before, we have not made earth-shattering changes. There's just one thing with the document uploads that we want to show you, but those who do have time constraints, we do understand. We will try and finish as quickly as possible with those that need the full support. Obviously, if an ID number already exists, it will tell you so. If you've already been registered, please switch your video off. How was that? Cool. Are you trying for shortcuts? Type, mama. Type your full. There we go. Please, the contact numbers are important. During the evaluation process, we may need to verify one or two things. Please make sure that we've got a number that we can reach you at. Your email address, I cannot stress this enough. You must make sure that it is correct. If it is not correct, you're not going to get your login details. You're not going to get your password. The system will appear to be unresponsive when it in fact is mistyped email addresses, and it also means that we will not be able to contact you. Primary means of contact are email. We do not have capacity to make a number of calls, and also you would have received a number of emails from us outside of working hours. So please make sure that we're able to reach you as much as we can. When you enter your code, it should pick up see it auto-populates your thingamabob. But do you not want to try with a different ID number, or do you test it? So colleagues, just please bear with us because we're trying to use testing functionalities so that you can follow on the live website. So some of the information may show that it already exists. As I mentioned, if you've already registered, please do not register again. You simply use the forgot password functionality and you'll be able to proceed.
Hi, Linda.
Who's unmuted? Hey?
I'm just getting another ID number.
Okay.
Okay, we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. You need to add the relevant SDL number. I've already indicated. Please, let's move away from the STUV, etc. And I've understood that at the ETQA department, they may give you an X number for accreditation purposes. Please use your SDL number as per your EMP 201. You select the type of organization that you are, because the documents are different for each stakeholder group. So that if you are an NGO, for example, there are documents that the system will not ask you for. You go and you click on, is it next? There you put your SDL, put there, you select the company, you will be able to find it. And if you've already been registered and you've got multiple organizations, you can just click on next. It will list all of them that you have. Okay, you add an organization. That one, because it doesn't exist. Those that are registered with SASITA, it would pull up your information as it would already be on our database. Let's populate there. Test so we can see it. You're on the live system now?
Yes, Linda, we're on the live system.
Okay, so please use test in the wording so I don't get confused.
Okay, no problem.
You can put that SDL that you wanted to put. It's fine. Yeah. Test.
Okay.
Trade name, if you've got. The CIPSI, your company registration number, you get that from your CIPSI documents. Or if you're an NPO, you use that NPO number, NPO dash, blah, 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 blah. There you go. Here's trading, 2 years, it's fine. DG type, what is supposed to be there? What's on your drop down? We don't see a drop down.
Okay, there's government department or public entity, legal company, NGO or CBO or cooperative. Next, private security, private training provider, private training or provider community college, and lastly, trade union.
Okay. So you select whichever is applicable to you. If already you're wanting to select private training provider, it should tell you should not be in this window. Select private security, that's fine. SIC code. For those who are not in our sector, you may not find the SIC code that relates to you. You can select whichever one that is in there. Tepi, please just let's make a note.
Okay.
SIC code, because obviously they are restricted to the SIC codes that fall within our sector. We didn't want to open this too much for those who are not in the sector. You put in the date that your tax clearance expires.
Okay.
And this date you would get on the actual tax clearance. Please let us use these small opportunities to check our documents. Your business status, if it is not saying in business on CIPSI, please be careful. We cannot do business with companies that are in the process of deregistration, because that means you wouldn't have filed your annual returns with CIPSI, and that is a legal requirement. Please, colleagues. Organization size, you can say medium. Phone number, you give us a number that is accurate. WSP, it's going to pull based on the SDL that you would have put in the application. So it would auto-populate on our side. Municipality, do you select a municipality? There you go.
Right.
It says your SDL number already exists. Change that. Let's assume it's something new, so that those who have not before, they can see what the process entails. Many people have been trying that number. I was having a So the system will not allow you to add an organization when it already exists. So if it already exists, you need to retrieve it from your manual, and it'll ask you these further questions. Financial year, it's 23-24. Private security, 23-24. And very important that you are duly authorized to apply. On some very rare occasions, we find that people will just randomly apply because maybe you submitted their WSP and you assume you must get a specific mandate that you are authorized by the company. Delegation of authority. Please, in the delegation, we don't have a prescribed template. We just want a letter on the letterhead of the company that you're applying for that says, yes, we have authorized Ulinda to apply for the DG on our behalf. Let me actually check how to it in advert, the delegation of authority. I'm getting left behind. I'll come back here. Is your system freezing? Hmm? I still find that to be. Tepi, still good? Okay, I'm not sure what Tepi is. I'm sure she'll come back just now. Remember when I mentioned that preferably you should have scanned your documents and saved them in a folder? We typically would have done that. And she put that there as her testing documents. Let's see. I see she's no longer sharing. I'm sure she will come back online pretty quickly. Tip, you need me to assist you with something? Oh, doesn't even look like she's still on.
Sushi went off, Linda.
Yeah. Okay. Disetso, are you there? Do you want to help me present? Sorry about that, colleagues. As technology goes, sometimes we lose connectivity. I do want, particularly for those who haven't used our system before, we would definitely want you to follow what we are doing. So she's calling me on the phone. Sorry, just a moment. Apologies about that. She's having poor connectivity. I think she's back on. We just admitted her back. Yeah, she's back on. Yes. Sorry about that, colleagues.
I'm going to reshare my screen.
Yeah.
Kindly let me know as soon as you can see it. There we go.
Okay, cool. So sorry about that. So you go to choose your documents, you select the document that you're wanting to, the delegation of authority. Make sure that before you save, you must see the green bar. If you don't see that green bar, the document hasn't uploaded. Then you confirm that you understand that this is just the registration part, right? This is not you applying for the grant. You are registering in order to be eligible to apply. Okay, and then go and do what you save. There we go. Can you see that the organization that you've just added is now there? Just hold on, don't go too fast, it's happy. For those who have more than one company that they want to add, this is where you go to add organization and repeat the process for as many times as you need. So you will keep adding by going to add organization, you repeat the process. But in the interest of time, we're just going to select the one that we have successfully loaded, or you finalize your registration, sorry. Finalize your registration, you will receive an email that is going to give you your login details, etc. Oh, haven't been in the system in a minute. Okay. And then it'll ask you to then log into the system. Please be careful when you log in, please log in Tippy, to select the correct profile. Some of you may already have access to Indicium using other platforms, whether for submission of the WSP or for accreditation, etc., etc. So please log in here for us. You use the login details that you would have received on your documents.
I have received my login credentials.
Okay.
Using them to gain access to the system. Okay. There we go.
Okay, it's going to ask you to please change your password. Essentially, you're the only person that should know your password. And some people will struggle here. Please, it's important that you read. When the system doesn't allow you, it'll tell you. It must be at least 8 characters long, at least 1 capital letter, at least 1 character, at least 1 digital, at least 1 special. All of those things must be in place. So you can't put a numerical password, it won't go through. So follow those instructions. So that was just on the side. There we go.
I'm gonna log in.
If you know it's a secure computer, you can save your password. If you share the computer, please don't. Select the one that says stakeholder capturer. Can you see that she's got DG admin, she's got LP data capturer? Some of you may have SDF and what other user logins. Select the one that says stakeholder capturer. Then you go there. I can make it a bit bigger. Thank you. Go to DG. That's the only thing you can go to in any event. You click on DG. You go to do you update anything on the organizations? You go to your organization. You enter. Remember, you may have more than one organization. So you must enter the levy number or however you want to search. If you go click on search, if you don't enter anything, that is also a very useful tool. So that it will give you everyone that you have. Because if you are misspelling or you misspelled when you registered and you're now putting it correctly, you will not be able to. So just going directly on the search, it helps because it will list everything. You select everything, you highlight it, and go to the magnifying glass on action. You're opening there. It will have all the information. Then you go to the compliance documents first. Go to the document uploads first. There we go. So it says here BE certificate. I need to have already scanned and saved on your computer. You attach from there. Remember to wait for the green bar to show. If you haven't seen the green bar, you are not in. There's the green bar. And please ensure that your documents are PDF or TIFF or JPEG. So don't attach Word documents, etc., etc. So there's your BE. You go back to the drop down where it says BE. You select the next document. It can be your COIDA. It's
Hi,
all the
Lisa.
documents, eh?
Yes, can you see my
Okay.
next document?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
you're on CIPSI now.
All right.
So it's all the documents that are in the advert. Again, please follow the advert to the letter. So it's all of these documents, and we also have other for your proof of payment of the SDL. Remember, the return is not proof that you've paid. It's proof that you have raised the text. So the text, you attach the EMP 201 as well as the proof of payment, which may be from your bank, etc. Or I'm gonna remember what this document reference is, but there is a statement that you get from SARS that will show how much was owing, how much was paid. For your proof of SDL, can you see there it says other? This is where you must please upload it, so that we don't have to ask for this after the application has been submitted. Select any document there, Tsepi.
Okay. Okay, I've selected them.
Other, did you load the document at the other?
All right. Okay. Can you see?
So if you've selected, yes, if you've selected that you are a private security company, it's going to ask you for a CIRA and it's going to make it compulsory. So be careful what you call yourself. If you said you are a legal employer, a law firm, it'll ask you for the Fidelity Fund certificate. So it's important that you know exactly which hat you are wearing. Can you see there? It says document relates to, type in there SDL.
Okay.
No, but all right. I just wanted you to name the other, what the other is.
Okay, no, I did. I think I'm just a bit delayed.
Okay, there we go. You would type the SDL. So if you wanted, for example, to attach the proof of exemption from your accountant, you would also put it there. If there's any other useful information, for example, I indicated during the presentation that maybe your company last year, you only had 20 employees, but now you have 100 because of new contracts, you would attach any supporting documents that you think would assist in the evaluation of your application. But you must call it, you tell us what it relates to. So this one relates to SDL. The green bar is there, you upload it.
Done.
Okay. If you've done all your documents, have you done all your compliance documents? If we've missed any, the system is going to tell us, so you can leave it at that so that others can see. The system tells you what you have not done correctly, so please just bear with it. Then you go to discretionary grant forms. Grant forms, those are the grant types. So there's a form for each grant type. You select the current funding window, 23-24. There we go. And you go and you create an application. Create there for us.
Done.
And see, because you have now done the registration, it would have your application on created status. Whenever your application is on created status, best believe we have not received it, we have not seen it. The developers and the technical people would be able to see it behind the scenes, but you have not submitted your application. So please, let's just be careful to make sure that we do that. And then we go and we complete the DG. Can you see that by selecting here, it's now green and it's activated those tabs at the top where it says complete DG application. So let's start completing the application.
Okay.
A very important control that we have for your applications, and the system will force you to go through every single grant type that we have applied for. If you are not interested, you go in, like let's go to bursaries and say we're not interested, but it wants you to think about it because you can only submit one application for your company. So if, for example, this is all bursaries, let's go to the bottom. Can you see the bottom block? It says, I do not wish to apply for bursaries employed. I understand that by ticking this box, I cannot submit a separate application for this grant funding window. As long as you tick there and save, then we're good, we move. So if you know you're only looking for candidate attorneys, you go to every single one of these and select candidate attorneys. Sorry, what's this one? This is learnership employed. Let's say you're also not interested. Well, let's do unemployed learnerships.
Okay.
So you go in and you say, I'm not interested in any learnership here. And, take you to the next one. This, colleagues, is really a little bit annoying, I suppose, but it is for your protection so that it serves as a bit of a checklist, a bit of a reminder that these are the grants that you have. So we've got unemployed, quality assurance body, put SASITA there.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we have listed the 6 learnerships that you can apply for. So you cannot be putting a qualification that is not one of those 6. So you can put there NC, General Security Practices. Right. Registration number. There's a 26-digit one, but as you can put the SAQA ID code there. What's it? 5. 585. 585. Thank you. So much. There are those who work on this daily. 585.
Okay. Thank you.
You can put that. It's NQF level 3, and then you check on the policy. How much does SASITA pay for level 3 qualification? You say, okay, this is the company. I want to use ABC Training Pty Ltd. A service provider of your choice. You can put them there. You put their accreditation number. You put at least one assessor registration number and at least one moderator registration number. In the amount per person, check the policy, please. Let's not guess. I think it's now increased to 18,000. You put 18,000. Remember, we said just put the grant amount to the training fee. We will auto include there. So let's say in KZN you want to put 5 learners.
Done.
And in Mpumalanga, you want to put 5.
Done.
Northern Cape, you want to put 10, for example.
Done.
If I get Northern Cape, so it's 5, 5, and 10. That should be 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you click on Add. Nah?
Yes.
Let's show them what happens when you click on Add. So that's the one learnership that you want. But let's say you want to apply for more than one. Click on Add. Scroll down. Can you see what happens, colleagues? It will now have the details of the learnership that you want. Scroll down, Tippy.
Okay.
There we go. It'll indicate all of the details. Stay there. We want to see the bottom. Yes. Stay there. Stay there. Cool. And it's telling us that at 18,000 per person, you are wanting, okay, we didn't add the other province, it's fine, but at least you can see that it shows you want a grand total of 10. So we'll evaluate your application as having received it for 10 people. So if you wanted to put another learnership, let's do it, we won't do it for the other windows. You would then go to the top.
Okay.
Let's add another learnership.
Okay. Yes. All right.
Here.
I'm gonna be adding
Quality assurance, it's still SASITA.
perfect. Done.
Name of learnership, paralegal practices.
Done.
Who's got the code for paralegal? Let's see who's in the room. But we can put any for demonstration purposes, put any number. But for application purposes, please put the SAQA ID. You can put any number that's happy for now.
Okay, done.
And that one is NQF level 5.
Done.
Then you go to the policy and you check how much does SASITA pay for level 5. So on this window, colleagues, remember, we're not going for the cheapest service provider. So when we say we're paying 18,000, don't think your application is going to get a better consideration because you said 17,999. No, put the 18,000 that we know that at 18,000 you should be able to deliver. Put the accreditation number, etc., and just put 5 people anywhere. And then we can add and then save. Don't forget to add, colleagues. You must add it before you save. You must make sure that all the learnerships that you want are indicated. Go to the bottom. Can you see now, colleagues? There's now 2 learnerships that are showing. There's one for 10 people and there's one for 5 people. There we go. And then you go to save. And you see the save right there. It's either you don't wish to or you save. And it'll take us to the next grant type, which is, let us see. Isn't this what we've just done? Yep.
BM.
Select a different form. RPL.
Yes.
The exact same information, but let me just see what would be different on here. Just scroll down for us.
Okay.
A reminder, colleagues, RPL is not training. RPL is not training. So you will not be putting the grant amount there, depending on what qualification. Remember, we said only SASITA qualifications for this round. And you see if it's NQF level 3, we're paying 18,000. So the grant, the unit amount per person would be 9,000. Or, as most would go, you would say, I do not wish to apply. Just tick on I do not wish to apply, just so that we can release, colleagues. We apologize for running over.
Okay. Next one.
Move to the next grant type. Which one is this?
Section O, skills programs employed.
Okay, let's say you are also not interested in skills program unemployed. If you are, you can only select one of those 6, but in the interest of time, colleagues, you enter exactly the same information as others.
Okay. We are on
And then, yeah.
Which is section P, skills programs unemployed.
Let's say you're also not interested in this.
Okay. Done. Next form.
Candidacy, you can see their preference will be given to Black women. This one is slightly different. So candidacy, select there. What are your options there? We don't see your drop down.
Candidate attorney and pupil age.
Pupil age. Okay. Largely there is an understanding that for the law firms and the law society, that'll be for the training of candidate attorneys, and pupils are currently being trained with the Legal Practices Council. So let's go for candidate attorneys. And you would put then the name of the principal. Ulindangamalo is the admitted attorney under whose supervision these candidate attorneys are going to work. And there's no disabled people, and the amount per person we will see. I prefer that you do the monthly rate, having looked at it used to be 7,000. I don't know what it is right now. For the purposes of this exercise, put 8,000. You can put 8,000. We will see it on our side. Stick to the monthly rate if not specified, because we have also given it as a monthly rate in the policy. So let's be consistent. And let's say you were wanting 2 African females.
Okay.
And you add. Add and then save. It's going to pull there at the bottom. There we go, save it, and let's move to the next.
All right. Thank you. We are now on section R, will internships for internships.
Let's say there is internships. It looks exactly as, in fact, it's even slightly better. It doesn't ask you for a principal. Indicate the field of study that you're wanting your interns to the qualifications, because obviously we've got limited grants, and those interns that talk to our sector skills plan will get preference, but generally we normally cover everyone that's in the list of occupations in high demand. So you would put there, you're looking for someone who has a BCom in marketing. Or is it law? Just put LLB, sorry. If the field of study is law, okay, BA law to be precise, because LLB would go to candidacy. Say BA law. BA law, Mama?
I've done BA law.
Oh, okay, sorry, it's a bit delayed on the screen. There we go. BA law. The amount, you put the grant amount that we have put in there. Remember, there's a stipend, so you put the monthly rate. Let's say there it's 7,000. I'm not sure what it is right now. And you just want, let's say you want 5 interns. Obviously, if you're wanting 5 interns, there must be people who are qualified with BA law who will mentor them in the workplace to make sure that there's a transfer of skill. And then you add and you save.
There we go. Done.
Okay, where does it take us? They pulls it at the bottom. You save that and close. That's your will internships. If it doesn't automatically close, you can go to select that main page. You select the menu there. TVET, we're not interested in TVET. Tick that I'm not interested in TVET.
Okay. Then we save.
Yep, save. And then back to the forms menu.
Done.
I think we're done with the forms. We're done with compliance documents. Click on main page.
Okay. Done.
Right. We're waiting for it to refresh. Show us the main page. There we go. You go to the declaration.
Okay. Done.
You just go and you do your declarations that you don't know us, there's no interest, you are duly authorized. And very important, colleagues, the absorption of learners on completion. For unemployed learners on learnerships, we really require that to the best of your ability, please do start absorbing. And we will confirm this during the due diligence exercise. And those who indicate in writing that they would absorb, they would employ them after completion, that there's prospects of employment, those will be given preference. So if we've got 100 grants and we've got employers who are undertaking to employ these unemployed youth. After those, they will get preference over others, but it's not to say we're excluding. But at the very least, if you're taking 10, please do employ at least 3 of them. Then you save after your declarations. You don't need to do the compliance upload check. You don't need to do DG approval, funding agreement. So you just do those 4 screens: organization details, compliance, DG forms, and declaration. Save it there. And now we're going to attempt to submit an application, and the system is going to tell us if we have met the requirements. There you go. Select the window, see it on created status, complete DG application. There is that red button. Can you see? Submit discretionary grant. Let's try and submit. If we can't, it'll tell us what we haven't done. Maybe we've missed a compliance document or so. Lovely. All those documents have not been uploaded. Cutting corners, that's happy. Let's go back. So it's COI, declaration of interest, a delegation of authority, provider accreditation, serious certificates. You can switch your video off, sir. Say with the yellow shirt, I'm not sure. Mbongani. You're dying for us to see you. No, you can switch your video off, please. So you go back to your compliance document. It was saying you haven't done the COID. So everything that is compulsory in order for us to evaluate your application, the system will reject until those documents. So this is our way of assisting you to make sure that you put everything that is in there. You can't say I would have forgotten, because the system will actively remind you. So she's just going to update all of those documents. Make sure it changes the name there, declaration of interest. You put there, you have no financial interest, you are not related to any one of us or board members. And if you are, I cannot state this enough, it does not mean you are going to be excluded, colleagues. It simply means you are affording the SETA to keep its governance clean, that the conflicted parties will recuse themselves from the evaluation process. So if you are finding my husband has gotten a grant, let's not be excited about it. It would have meant that the husband, when applying, would have said, Linda is my wife, and Linda would need to recuse herself. And the remaining in any event, I don't have any voting powers. I don't get to decide who gets how many grants. I don't have that control in any form or shape. So it is important that we have facts. We want us to use that fraud hotline, but let's report on facts. The fact that my husband has, if he has a company and they're paying levies, they have every right to receive a grant. Okay. Do you think, is it all of them now?
Almost, just one left.
A pivotal, is it compulsory? Don't think it is.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done. We can now submit our application.
Let's try one more time.
Okay. Can I select the button, the submit button?
Yeah, let's try. So that is under grant forms. So the nice part of the system, colleagues, if you try to submit, you get stuck wherever you get stuck, or you have load shedding, you can continue tomorrow. And it will pick up exactly where you were, as long as you save. Before you exit a screen, go and save. So let's say the first attempt was yesterday, and she realizes the documents are not there. She still has to go and certify them and do whatever. She will do that. Can you see? She clicked there on the red button. It says status submitted. And you will get an email. Please project that email for us, Tepi. Until you get that email and the status says submitted, please do not stop trying because then your application has not come through. Just want to show you an example of what that email is going to look like, and you will receive it. You must receive it. Discretionary grant submission. Dear stakeholder, this serves to acknowledge receipt of your application with that reference. You get a unique reference number when you are still applying. It would have an APP in the reference. If you're still having an APP, it hasn't gone through. It must come through like this. So this is application number 4 in the 2023 DG window. It'll tell you which of your SDLs, if you've got multiple ones, and it'll tell you the name of that company. Print your application report from the system for your records. We'll show you now how to do that. You'll be notified in progress in due course. You may log into track. Let's go back to the system and show colleagues. Same way you print your WSP for your records, you are able to also print a DG, a proof of DG application for your records as well.
Okay.
You go there, go to discretionary grant forms. You select, can you see now the status says submitted, where it used to say created. Now the status is on submitted. You print DG application. I just have one more thing I need to show and we're done. Print DG application. And it will print onto that funny, there we go. So if you scroll down.
Okay. Okay, it looks like it's only showing table of contents. Should I try and download the PDF?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, there we go. Then we can scroll.
There we go. And I don't know why this would not pull up Amanyema applications that you had. Is this the one or access to 12?
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, then you have yourself an immediate thing to look into.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what effectively you would be seeing, sorry about that, colleagues, it would summarize your application for your records in a printer-friendly format. You would see your application. But as long as you're seeing it that it is on submitted status, you should be comfortable. Until it says that, you're not to rest. One more thing that I wanted to please show you, please go back to the forms. Let's say you have submitted your application today, the 6th of February, and on the 18th, you remember I actually wanted to add a bursary. So you go back to your application, you go to your grant forms, you go to your application. Can you see the status? It's on submitted. You go click on edit. And I need to tell you the risk that you carry here, and you carry it by yourself. You can go create and change the status to created. It unsubmits your application. So it recalls your application. And you cannot then rely on the older proof of submission if you have also gone back to the system and changed the status to created. But let's say you realize that, hey, I actually want to add a bursary. Please go save the status. So you will do this yourself so that you don't say Sasita. Can you see the status? It says created. You have effectively withdrawn your application. Until you resubmit it, it remains unreceived. That reference number that you had, it will just be there for audit purposes, but your application will not be submitted. And then you would go and complete DG application. Are you happy?
Yes.
Let's add a bursary there. Complete your DG application.
Okay.
Bursary is employed.
Right.
Untick.
Done. There we go.
So then you would say field of study. What fields have you got there?
I've
Select
got
one of them.
Alright.
Select executive management, executive development program. There we go.
Done.
Duration, it's 9 months or 12 months. Go 9 months. There we go. University of Pretoria. And for bursaries, if you know the exact amount, please put the exact amount. So let's say you know it's 22,900.
Done.
And you want to send one executive. And then add.
Done.
And then save.
There we go.
And then you must what? Resubmit your application. So please, colleagues, go to grant forms. As long as you're still seeing that red button there, we made it a bright red so that it can assist you to remind you. See, it's red now again. So let's try and resubmit.
Processing. There we go.
There we go. It's on submitted again. I'm really, really sorry that it has gone way beyond the scheduled time. I hope that there was valuable use of your time and you are familiar with the application process. Every little thing that we are saying, you will find step by step, screen by screen in the manual that is also posted on the website. I, for one, I do not do these applications, but I am able to follow logically and be able to present to you, besides the fact that I was part of the development of the solution. I'm trying to highlight that as long as you follow the on-screen prompts, whatever is wrong, the system will tell you that it is wrong. Murphy's Law is on the 22nd, everything will go wrong because everyone will be trying at the same time, system will crash, etc., etc. So my parting words to you, colleagues, is please, please ensure that you apply on time. If you haven't submitted your application by the 15th of February, start panicking. If by the 20th it's not done, you should not be able to sleep. And the system does not keep operating hours, but we do. So if you want to operate, if you want to submit your application at night, please try and send your emails. Some would be very surprised because I get the emails on my phone as well. I would be replying. They would send an email at 11. I'm like, oh, well, I'm still up. Here is the answer. Failing which, some of the more technical, I would refer to my support team, and they will come back and resolve. If nothing else, colleagues, today, not tomorrow, today, at least register to apply. So that if there are registration challenges, because that's where a lot of people trip over themselves. If you struggle with the registration, it sends people on such a panic and absolutely nothing goes right and they start skipping pages, etc. If nothing else, today, please just set aside the next 15 minutes, submit your registration, and you should be fine. If you already have a WSPE, if you already have a profile because maybe you're submitting a WSP, etc., your logins remain the same, except that you wouldn't have that profile that says stakeholder. So it doesn't change your password if you already have a password. But remember, passwords must be updated every 30 days. But if you were today trying to submit a WSP, which, by the way, please do submit by the 31st of April, 30th of April, 2023 for the new financial year. It doesn't impact this discretionary grant, but it's a compliance exercise. And if you do not submit by the 30th of April this year, next year you will not be able to access your discretionary grant. So those will be my parting shots. And thank you so much for those who were able to join us. As a courtesy, I'm going to stay online until about 2 o'clock. another 12 minutes for questions that may come through. Even after we've demonstrated on the system, Tsepi, if you can indulge me as well, I will highlight, let's not talk about company specific, I'm waiting for this, I've done this, but generic questions that will assist the rest of the group that may still be online. Failing which, the specific ones, send us an email. We're going to grab lunch and rest our throats. We've been talking for the last 4 hours plus, and we will be able to attend to your questions. So colleagues, those who have time constraints, we thank you for your participation. We look forward to your application. We assure you of transparency and consistency in the handling of your discretionary grant applications. Those who are not complying with the tax laws of this country, please familiarize with the penalties that SARS imposes and assist us to make a better and more efficient skills force and a pool from which to employ. Those that need to be excused, a very good day further to you. I'm just going to take a 30-second to rest my throat, and I will take any questions. The formal session ends now. Just going forward, it's for the benefit of those who may be engaging for the first time and maybe they saw something and they're not clear about. Thank you, colleagues.
Hi there, can I speak? Ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Hi, my name is Derek. I'm from Kwasas. Going through the application process, I just want to check when it says number of grants applying for per province. Now, we do training in most of the provinces, and we have, do I say 6 learners in each province, or I just make one application, one grant application, and include all the provinces, the learners in the...
Okay. So if you perhaps have 6 learners in Eastern Cape,
Yes.
and then 6 in Gauteng, then you would need to capture 6 for Gauteng and 6 for KZN.
Oh, I see. So for each province, I have to capture the number. So the number of grants would be more than one, obviously.
That is correct.
Okay, so it says number of grants, so Eastern Cape 6, Free State 2, like that across the country.
Let me go to the system. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. It's for
Okay.
It's an unemployed skills program.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me go back to unemployed. All right. Oh, we've already submitted. All right. Yeah, that's fine. So if you've got 5 learners in Gauteng and another 5 in KZN and another 5 in Eastern Cape, then you would need to capture 5 in Gauteng, 6 in KZN, and so forth.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, awesome, thanks. Bongi, sorry, you had your hand up first. Sorry about that.
No problem. My question was, when you look at the grants policy, it does not have like your program names exactly as the system. Therefore, I'm looking for the stipend of the candidacy learners. I'm asking if will that be under the
Let me just quickly share my screen.
work integrated learning and internships? And then do I then go according to what NQF level? Because there isn't anywhere that will say candidate attorney.
It'll say candidacy. So you look for will candidacy on the system.
On the system, yes, it says that, but when you go to the grant policy where you get
I will
how much.
show you just now.
Okay.
I will show you just now. So that's a good question. I want to go to the policy itself. I love that question because us as the users, we are so familiar with things. We think you will read them the same way. So e-candidacy is part of the group called eWIL, which is work integrated learning, right?
Yes.
So if you looking for that, see work integrated learning. In fact, we must remove my internships. All your will is covered in this section.
Okay.
There we go. So your LLB, you must locate your, everyone is paid according to the schedule. I think, let me just put it that way. So for example, if you are taking someone who's got a senior certificate, there we go, that is your grade 12, that's an AQ of 4, that's 4,000. That's it. If you're taking someone on a TVET grant and they have N whatever, N4, you would take the necessary amounts. I think it's all of it at 3.5. When you're looking for candidate attorneys, it's NQF 8. Why would we be looking in this table? Let me just see if there's a different table. Okay, 6.5 doesn't sound correct for me. Just so you sure. All 4-year and professional degrees. I thought they would have changed to, well, it's 7,000 currently on the policy. Your 4-year degrees, LLB, and it's a 4-year professional degree. That's that. And you've got some professional degrees like OP Farm or e-pharmacy and what other examples do we have? But those ones you would select 7,000 per month. That's the rate. Are you following, sis?
I'm following, thank you.
Okay, cool. It's a good question. We don't always think about how others are reading. If there's no questions, Derek, you may lower your hand. I think we've covered there. Mofokeng, have you got a question for us? Mofokeng, your hand is up.
Hello, Sis Linda.
Hi.
I just wanted to check with you, is it possible if, like, we are based at Free State, is it possible that we can only register for people who are around our area, or do we need to apply also for another provinces?
Good question. So if you are applying for the discretionary grant, particularly for employees, for employed grants, you would not be applying for a discretionary grant in Gauteng if you are based in Northwest, because your employees are based in Northwest. So you would apply in the province where you've got your presence. And similarly, even if you are looking to host unemployed learners, if you don't have any sites, any branch offices, satellite offices in KZN, there's no point in applying in KZN when you know for a fact that you are based in the Northwest. So you apply for grants in the province where you've got a presence, and that is where the training will take place. This information, we don't only require it for statistical purposes, we also may use it when we are oversubscribed, meaning we've got way too many applications and we are trying to zoom in. For example, there is an initiative to transform or to accelerate transformation in rural provinces. So in certain instances, we will give preference to certain provinces if we have to ration our grants. We are not there yet, but that would be an example of when that information is useful. But that's the brief answer to your question. Love the question.
Okay, thank you, Sis Linda.
Thank you, Papa. PhD Guy, you will be the last question that we are taking today. You can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
When you're going through the system under skills programs, I think I did see where it requires to capture the skills program code. But if we go to the advert, there are some skills programs which do not have a specific skills program code, but are unit standard IDs. How do you go about that?
If it doesn't have a specific code, you can put any reference that would make sense. We will then obviously cross-check it against the submitted documents.
So any skills program code, it can be just user specific.
If that the quality assuring SETA has not assigned a code to it, you may put any reference that will be useful to us in the evaluation process.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Colleagues, that is all that my voice can handle for today. But as always, we enjoy engaging with you on this platform. We appreciate your questions. We're trying to implement some system improvements for going forward. We are going to send our slides to our marketing and comms team. And in the next 24 hours, they will post the slides. You're going to get them in the same place as you would have gotten your information here. You see you've got the advert, the policy, and we have added a list of occupations in high demand just as an afterthought, which, sometimes we make reference to it and we think what these are because it's information that is publicly available, but we have also put that there. The manual, please make sure as much as possible before picking up the phone, before calling through, make sure that you at the very least attempt following the manual. And then you can tell us where exactly you are getting stuck. You will see that we've put in the screenshots exactly as they look on the system, everything that we have done today that we have demonstrated to you. So you will just keep on. If you skip any step, then you're going to trip. So try and follow it on a step-by-step basis. Skip only where it's not applicable. For example, if you're only servicing one company. And with that, we cannot express our gratitude enough. Thank you and have a great day further.
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah.
Thanks, Linda. Bye.
Thanks, Linda. Have a great day.
Thank you, Linda. Bye.